Cues. We're going to continue to stay on this because of this tornado warning and how this storm continues to strengthen. But what Lucy has circled right here, this is where we have the possibility of that tornado that is going to be developing southwest of Lincoln, southwest of Barton. So now is the go time from Lincoln to Barton over toward Beverly and Bernard to be using your tornado safety precautions for the warning that will stay in effect. It is 1:57 right now, coming up on 1:58. We still have a good several minutes before this storm is expected to move in that direction, but this continues to intensify. And these are some of the cities that are in the path of this. Over toward Barton at about 2:06. We're going to have Shady Bend at about 2:11. We have Beverly at 2:15. We have Ada at about 2:28. Brewer at 2:34. If I'm naming off any of these locations, if this continues on this northeasterly track at about 40 miles per hour, this is going to pop it over toward Minneapolis at 2:39. At this time, Minneapolis is not under a tornado warning, but it may be possible because the type of environment that we're dealing with today is one that is just more of an explosive environment. We have instability that's been building all day. You probably felt the moisture as it also continued to surge through the area. Lucy is now switching over to what is known as our shear rate product, and this is still relatively weak shear that is going to be just to the south of the Lincoln area. So tornado warning will stay in effect. Right now it is just for Lincoln County. It has not been added over to the additional counties, even though it is going to be tracking to the northeast. This is the hail core, and the hail right now up to about the size of ping pong balls. There's also going to be quite a bit of lightning associated with this storm. So it's not one of those storms that you want to go outside and take a look at. I know we have a lot of storm chasers that have come into this area because we've been placed under that moderate risk for today when it comes to severe weather. But this is the time now, if you are in the path, if you are in any of these cities that I named off where we've had this tornado warning in effect, please make sure that you are going to the lowest level of your house. Get as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. And if you only have seconds, and I hope that you were preparing for this day many days in advance, because we've been telling you about the possibility that we were going to have severe weather for today, that all the ingredients were coming together, that you can get to your safe place, that you already have a lot of your supplies that are in that location. So we're looking at this with a whole bunch of different radars because this is the place within Kansas that we desperately need a radar. And so we're taking a look at this from Hastings, Nebraska up to the north. We're looking at it from Wichita. We're also looking at it from Dodge. Which one are you looking at, Lucy?
Wichita.
So Wichita is going to be the one that we're going to use for this. It still doesn't look like it's that well defined at this time, but there's definitely strengthening. And if you look at reflectivity, if you go back over the last several minutes, you can see just how this is now starting to take on a little bit more of that shape. So Lincoln over toward Barton, Beverly, Milo, Bernard, please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place from now until about 2:45 for tonight. We have multiple crews that are out. We have meteorologist Jack Maney, who is going to be investigating these thunderstorms, helping to keep you safe from being out, being out in the field and reporting what he is seeing. We also have another one of our storm trackers. He is actually farther to the north. He is on this northern storm, and he is with the Otis Project. So that is going to be KSN storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt. The Otis Project, they are doing a lot of investigating, studying tornadoes, and they're actually shooting drones into tornadoes. So that's a research project that is happening right now here across the area. So we're going to continue to check in with storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, with meteorologist Jack Maney, and continue to keep you updated on these thunderstorms as they continue to come together for this evening. So the latest update right now from Lincoln, about 3 miles to the south of Lincoln. New update when it comes to hail near 14 Highway and Jaguar Road, a report of golf ball size hail. So this is telling us that this storm is now starting to strengthen, and we're probably going to have some pretty strong winds here. Lucy, over toward the Barton area, probably going to be getting winds now up to about 60 or 70 miles per hour that are going to be within this location. Lucy.
Lisa, I did switch to be out of Hastings, Nebraska, just to get a different look, because I feel like with our shear rate from Wichita, it was just a little too high up in the cloud for what we were actually seeing. But where we have this sink drain, or this little pop of red within that line here, I don't know why this color is green. Let me make that a little bit easier to see. We'll go with white here to circle where we have that little bit of rotation. It's going to be right off towards the southwest of Barton. That is where I think is lining up pretty well with our velocity of that rotation, but those stronger winds out ahead of it also giving us some issues with areas in Lincoln and Barton down the road towards Beverly. Milo, Ada would also be off towards northeast of this. The hail core is now moving over the city of Lincoln. Based on the current track, the rotation will remain south of the city itself, which lines up perfectly with what we're seeing here. The National Weather Service on the same page as us. Now, if I clear off that circle and we look at where that hail core is, yep, right over the city of Lincoln. Again, this is looking at it from Nebraska, from Hastings. If I switch back to Wichita, it's about the same, but I think I'm still liking Hastings a bit better for getting a view of that cloud and where we're seeing it in there. I also want to check our Barron button, Lisa, which is a combination of rain, hail, and rotation.
And that is the largest of the hail core that's moving into Lincoln right now, the size of golf balls. So please make sure that you are not anywhere near where you have any windows. You want to make sure that you are in your basement. Basement is best. Put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. It's not just a hail threat with this storm, but we also have a tornado threat because we do have some rotation that is evident on radar. And also this storm is now starting to strengthen. So the path right now is going to be to the northeast at 40. Now that we have another update as we're taking a look with all of these different Doppler radars, Lucy, let's go ahead and put an updated storm track. Let's go back to velocity, put an updated storm track right here in this location. You see some of the bright greens, but you don't necessarily see some of the bright reds. So now it looks like the center of circulation is just to the south and to the southeast of Lincoln, over toward the Barton area. It's going to be moving in this direction from Barton to Beverly. Those of you in Ada, just a heads up, because now that we have an updated storm track on this, even though you are in a different county, if this continues to maintain its intensity, it will be moving in your direction. So some of the cities in the path of this, 2:06 p.m. is going to be Barton, Shady Bend at about 2:11, and we have Ada at about 2:28 for this evening. So we continue to stay in contact with all of our storm trackers that are in the field that are monitoring this situation. And those of you in Lincoln County, I would say from about central into eastern Lincoln County, not western county, western part of the county, because the way the polygon is drawn right here, this is going to be behind this tornadic supercell. This is going to be out ahead of it. So from Milo over toward Ada, I would also use my tornado safety precautions in Bernard, but I would also be in my tornado safe place at this time in the Lincoln area because you folks are now starting to get some of the hail that's associated with this. The center of circulation looks like it is going to be passing to the northwest of Tescott. As many of us will remember, Tescott and the tornado several years ago. This one's going to be farther to the north and also to the west of you. This is not real good what we call gate-to-gate type of rotation, but there is definitely enough to give us the heads up that we need to be taking this storm rather seriously. And that's why the National Weather Service from Wichita has issued a tornado warning for Lincoln County effective until 2:45 for tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other storms that we have, Lucy, as well, because I know this is the type of day that a lot of us have some storm anxiety that is going on, and we're not going to abandon this storm, but I do want to give you guys your bearings because we have another storm up here that is not too far away from the Concordia area. Looks like it's also starting to take on some of that supercell circulation. There's another storm back toward Beloit that is not severe at this time, but we do have the one over toward Lincoln that has prompted the tornado warning, and we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that just came in over toward Ottawa County, and that is going to stay in effect until 3 p.m. So Ottawa County, you're getting the heads up right now that this is a pretty destructive thunderstorm that will be moving in your location, and to be prepared because just to the southwest, a tornado warning is in effect. As we follow this down the line over toward Ellsworth County, we have one storm north of Ellsworth. Looks like we have some other development in the far southwest side of the county, and then also right along the Stafford and Barton County line, another thunderstorm that is also trying to go up. So we have a new tornado warning. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Lincoln County as the rotation is still pretty strong, now moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So now these are starting to slow down a little bit more. One of the things that we were watching when it came to the analysis of today was we have a few different features that are in play. We have the dry line that's starting to work in from the west. This is where we have just plenty of juice to work with that these thunderstorms love to feed off of, but we've also had the instability that's been building up. And then in eastern Kansas, we've been having an outflow boundary that's probably probably going to be the focus for additional thunderstorms here as the evening continues. But right now we're tracking areas that are going to be near and to the east of the dry line, but also ahead of the cold front. When the winds start to flip around out of the north-northwest, you know that you're on the other side of that cold front and you're going to be in a better position. But places from central into eastern Kansas need to be the most weather aware. We have a PDS tornado watch that is in effect. This does include this location. Lucy is switching over to this, and this is highlighted in this deep shade of red because a PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation type of tornado watch. This is where you could get long track and also strong tornadoes. This includes Great Bend and Barton County, Saline County. It includes Ellsworth County. It does not at this time include Reno, nor Hutchinson, nor Harvey counties, along with Sedgwick and also Kingman counties. But as thunderstorms try to develop back to the south-southwest, there may be additional watches and, of course, additional warnings that will be coming in to the KSN Storm Track 3 Weather Center as we go through the rest of this evening. So let's go ahead and go back to that one storm and take a look at what we've got going on with the Lincoln storm. And looks like it is going to be right in this area where we have some of that circulation. We have not had any reports of any folks on the ground seeing a rotating wall cloud, starting to see a funnel, or even a tornado. I just don't think that we are there. I don't think things are tight enough for that to happen, but it's certainly getting a little bit closer to that. Right over toward the Barton area, Lucy has circled where you have the greens and also the reds that are touching. They don't really jump out at you, and it's also in a localized area. But that's going to be the part of the storm where we may just see a tornado that will try to develop out of this. Lucy.
Lisa, I'm going to take us back to our Barron button, which is again a combination of rain, hail, and rotation. Still seeing large hail. This storm is also warned for ping pong ball sized hail at this moment in time. And those strong winds moving through, gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. But as it slows down, we're also going to worry about how much rain it's dumping in a single area. Now, a reminder, this is the same county last night that we saw storms just hang out in, bringing a lot of rain. They did get flash flood warnings last night, so that could be a concern today, as we might still have some rain hanging around, pooling on roadways, and even more rain coming down now. I'm going to take a look at our hail indication here, and I'm going to switch us back to the Hastings radar site because I believe that's getting us a little bit of a better look at this storm. It looks like the hail is lifting off just to the northeast of this, the northeast of the city of Lincoln. If you're in Milo, this hail making its way towards you. We've gotten reports of golf ball sized hail so far, as well as quarter sized hail, but this storm is capable of producing ping pong ball sized hail as it makes its way off towards the northeast. And again, it is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Get another look at our shear rate here. Still looking rather broad, Lisa. I think we're looking too high up in the cloud, but again, that's because of where the storm is located in the state compared to all of our radar sites. What do you think?
I definitely think that's a possibility. It's one of those locations that you need to have that radar site. But if we could go back to reflectivity, because I think that's definitely telling of how this is trying to work with the ingredients that it has. The instability, it continues to get stronger, and also it's starting to take on more of that shape of a classic supercell. And one of the things that we were looking at when it came to the analysis of today was how quickly do these thunderstorms develop over north central Kansas? Because if you have a whole bunch that will develop all at once, then they're all not going to be able to compete for all the ingredients, so they all have to join in on it, and it becomes a line, more of a damaging wind concern. But what's happening right now is we have this other storm that's near the Concordia area. This is actually the strongest storm that we have right now in Kansas. So I think it is just a matter of time. It's getting its act together before it does, unfortunately, produce a tornado. So it looks like they are now starting to report there is a storm chaser that is 2 miles to the east of Lincoln, now starting to report a low-hanging wall cloud. I mentioned this storm is starting to get its act together. It's going to be producing a tornado, I think, imminently. We don't have any other thunderstorms that are going to be competing for the attention, for all the resources farther to the south and also to the southwest. So this is going to be the one. So the tornado warning from Milo over toward Beverly. Now the center of circulation passing to the east of the Lincoln area. We've had a confirmed report from a storm chaser of a low-hanging wall cloud. We still have some bright greens that are popping up here. That's going to tell us that we do have some pretty good inflow that is going into this storm. So that's some pretty strong winds. It's taking and siphoning the moisture that it has and putting it into the storm, which is going to unfortunately allow it to grow even stronger. So you're going to have any thunderstorms in this area. They may try to soak up any other thunderstorms that will try to develop nearby. But easily, we're talking about some winds between 60 to nearly 80 miles per hour, the inflow that is going into this storm. So let's go ahead and switch things back over to our shear rate product, because I think our shear rate product is going to give us a pretty good idea of where we have a lot of circulation that's happening in the atmosphere. We have a lot of turning that's happening, and anytime you start to see this, you're starting to see some of that weak rotation. But once we get into the medium rotation and the strong rotation, which now I'm starting to see to the east of Lincoln. So Lucy, it looks like it's now starting to pick up on where that wall cloud is going to be. Pretty close to just to the northeast of Barton, now to the east of the Lincoln area, and just about due northwest of Beverly.
Lisa, I'm going to switch us to the Topeka radar site just to see, because as we move into Ottawa County here, that is going to be Topeka's. It's still not looking great from there. Another view back towards Wichita. Wichita now picking up on that little bit of red, that sink drain, in the same area we were seeing from Hastings. So this is where we're seeing it from Wichita. If we compare that to Hastings, it's about the same area that it was in earlier. That means that the storm is getting its act together, as we mentioned. It's starting to tighten up just a bit. If we get a better look zoomed in here of some of these roads, it's going to be right along 240th Road, moving towards Shady Bend. If you're anywhere near Oak Drive, Milo Drive, East Lark Drive, these storms making their way towards you. Now, you want to make sure that you are in your tornado safe place, as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're anywhere within this polygon or off towards the northeast of it. This storm has been breathing in, breathing out. If we put 15 minutes on the clock here and watch it just move through, we can see where it tries to form that notch, and then it tries to get a little bit more linear, but that could still be where the notch is coming in. I want to point out this little notch here, as we're seeing that is the direction the inflow is moving into that storm. If we look at our velocity,
she's cranking with that last update right there.
Yeah, she's
cranking.
Get in there. Look at the velocity. This is from Wichita. We're still seeing that couplet near Barton, but if we switch back over towards Hastings, that's probably right where that couplet's going to be, where those reds and greens are mixing off towards the north of Barton, making its way towards East Lark Drive near Beverly. This storm's producing strong winds. Even if there is not a tornado on the ground, this is still going to be a dangerous storm. If we look at some of these wind products here, if I can grab the right thing, there we go. About 70 mile per hour winds, 73. 63 strong gusts mixed in with this storm is producing quite a bit of rainfall as well, Lisa. That could be a concern, but that reflectivity product is looking a lot beefier with this latest scan.
And which radar are you looking at?
This is from Hastings. Would you like to see a different one?
No, I think Hastings is probably the one for us to stick with here. But it's definitely taking on that suspicious notch right in here. This continues to intensify, and it looks like it may be gobbling up this other part of the storm here over toward Barton. What we have just received a little bit more information from one of our storm trackers, Robert Clayton. He is in the Lincoln County area. Ashley, if we can put up his picture right now, if we could take a look at what we've got here. This is it. This is live. This is live. Okay, so this is a live look from Robert Clayton. He is in Lincoln County right now. He is one of our storm trackers, and he is monitoring things from the field here. We're going to continue to update you on this situation as we go through, but yeah, there's definitely something there. There's going to be a little bit of the wall cloud that that will lead to that potential tornado. So a tornado warning stays in effect for Lincoln County. At this time, there is no tornado warning for Ottawa County, but those of you that are in western Ottawa County, from about Minneapolis over towards Somerville, toward Ada and Tesket, please be ready to go to your tornado safety precaution. I think that it is going to pass just to the north and to the west of the Tesket area that you can see right here, because this is where we are going to have some of that rotation that just may lead to a tornado. Getting some more information from the National Weather Service out of Topeka. They are now getting ready to issue a tornado warning based on trends. and the current video trends of the wall cloud around and just to the west of the Beverly area. So sit tight, because Ottawa County tornado warning is now starting to come for you. So we are going to continue to stay with us through the afternoon. Right now, the latest path that we have had, and we'll wait to see what the National Weather Service out of Topeka says for the updated path, but the updated path that we have, the last check, is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Where that notch is, where we do have that path, the path of about 35 miles per hour, is going to bring the center of circulation over toward Ada at about 235, Brewer at about 241, Minneapolis at 247, and Delphus at about 253. If you are in any of these spots that I have named off, go ahead and get ready to head to your tornado safety precautions. Take them right now, get to your basement, put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible, because a tornado warning is going to be coming for your area next. This is now starting to move into the Topeka area and tracking to the northeast right now. So I'm going to have the folks in the booth continue to monitor Robert Clayton's feed, because he is on this storm in Lincoln County right now. And if we could have him adjust maybe his view just a little bit more, maybe so that way we could see a little bit closer down to the surface. Ashley, if you could communicate that with Robert. I don't know if he can hear us inside of his vehicle here. But, okay. And who do we have right here?
I think that's
Ashley.
cut.
We have Robert. Okay, so this is Robert's feed right now. He's obviously getting into a different position, but you see how the signal starts to freeze up. It starts to freeze up because this is not exactly one of the best type of environments for cell signal. All right, tornado warning now coming in for Ottawa County. Hail core has now been bumped up to 2 inches in diameter, and the path of it is also going to be maintained at about 35 miles per hour. So 2-inch hail. The hail sizes are now starting to get bigger. This is still radar indicated rotation, but we have had multiple storm trackers, one that's been reporting to the National Weather Service office, and also one of our storm trackers, storm tracker Robert Clayton in Lincoln County, who is watching this storm, and it does have a wall cloud on it. So they have decided to include Teskit in the center of circulation for the tornado warning, but I definitely see this staying just to the north and to the west, but still a good idea to head to your tornado safe place, Teskit. You go over toward Minneapolis. Looks like this is going to stay just to the north and to the west of the Bennington area. Ada, Delphus, Sumnerville, over toward Lamar and Minneapolis. You folks all need to be in your tornado safe place as well. So what I wonder what's happening with this, and also the reason why the National Weather Service decided to include Teskit in this, even though we have had more of that march to the northeast, I wonder if we're going to soon start to see something turn a little bit more easterly. It's going to become more of an easterly track. It's going to be a right mover type of storm. And if you have a right mover, those are going to be more conducive for grabbing up all the ingredients that it can and to produce a tornado. So we're in contact with multiple National Weather Service offices. Yes, Lucy?
Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm chasers, is near Minneapolis. He says the sirens are blaring. I don't know if we have a look at his feed, but he is getting close to the storm as well. So 2 of our chasers are in that area getting eyes on this storm. Okay,
out of curiosity, Ashley, do we have Jacob available that we could bring him in to do a phone with him? We do not have audio with him. Okay. Right in front of Jacob, you can actually see what is the Otis Project. The Otis Project are sending drones into tornadoes. So our storm tracker, Jacob Honeycutt, is with them today. They have Eric Fox with them, who is a well-known storm chaser, and also the Otis team too, that started off as 2 brothers who have been wanting to increase tornado warning time for folks, try to change these polygons, make them more, more fine-tuned as to where this tornado is expected to go. So obviously they are starting to get into a different position, because when they do decide to stop and pull over to the side of the road, what they're going to do is they're going to quickly gather their drone and they are going to send it directly into the tornado if a tornado does develop. They're not going to deploy until that tornado has come to fruition. So they are out there watching that, and our storm tracker, Jacob Honeycutt, is also with them. We have a tornado warning that is in effect for eastern Lincoln County. This is now to the east of Lincoln. This also includes Ottawa County. Ottawa County will stay under the tornado warning until 3 p.m. Another update, rotation is visible in Beverly, but there is nothing on the ground. Okay, so Beverly reporting rotation. Nothing that is on the ground at this time, but several of our storm chasers have been watching the wall cloud. Lucy.
It looks like with the latest scan from the Hastings radar site, I believe that is a couplet there, Lisa, trying to get a little bit of a better shape. I'm going to put us back a bit just so we can see that rotation come in.
A little bit right there.
Right.
Between Shady Bend, pretty close to the Beverly area, maybe just to the north of Beverly by just a little bit, by East Lark Drive.
It's making its way again off towards the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So if you live along East Lark Drive, Milo Drive, if you're in Ottawa County near North Road 10 or anywhere within that region, North Road 20, near Brewster, you are downstream of this storm. It's making its way towards you as well as Ada here over the next couple of minutes. We do have a latest update in from the continuation in Lincoln County. They're saying now it's moving about 40 miles per hour, still moving to the northeast, still capable of producing ping pong sized hail located 11 miles northeast of Lincoln.
Okay, so we have tornado warning in effect for eastern Lincoln County. It is now to the east of the city of Lincoln. So Lincoln, you folks can breathe a sigh of relief. This big supercell is now off to the east of you, but it is going to be moving out of Lincoln County. We have some of that rotation that is visible right on top of Beverly. This is going to be pushing northeastward between 35 and 40 miles per hour, and will be tracking into Ottawa County. And the updated storm track will be Ada at about 2:39. We have Brewer at 2:43. We have Minneapolis at 2:49 and Lindsay at about 2:50. And 1 minute after that will be Sumnerville. So this is the storm that we are tracking. It is one of the strongest that we have been watching all afternoon long. There was another storm that was a little bit farther to the north, but it looks like this is going to be the main one right now. We have another storm that's starting to develop over toward Ellsworth County, but this is the one that has prompted the tornado warning. Looks like we also have another tornado warning that's going to be up in Republic County, over toward just to the south and also to the east of the Belleville area. Wow, latest look on that one. That one's definitely tightening up a little bit more. You can see we're starting to get that classic comma shape with this storm here. But also up here, north of Concordia, right here, we have a tornado warning. That's going to be northern Cloud County. That's going to be going over toward Republic County. So this is Cloud County right down here. If you can move that marquee just a little bit down, a little bit farther south. There you go. So this is going to be Cloud County. This is going to stay just to the north of Concordia, and I know many folks can actually see KSN in Concordia, in Cloud County. Tornado sirens are probably sounding in this area. Tornado warning storms going to be pretty close to the Talmo area. Now to the north of Concordia, this is taking on that signature. So if we do not have a tornado here, we are probably going to have a tornado here imminently. Lucy.
I am here is where that last for the Cloud County scan came through. That storm
still radar indicated.
Still radar indicated, but that rotation was located 5 miles north of Concordia, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. That's a hook right there. That is for sure. And we do have that reds and greens mixing on our velocity. That is a clear indication of where that rotation is trying to form. I am not surprised that they went with a warning on that one just based on the structure, Lisa. It looks picture perfect in terms of a hook echo trying to form. And I do believe this storm, yep, it's within the clusters. I'm seeing other little storms trying to get that same structure going on as we look a little bit more towards the north. Several of these little hooks trying to form within this line of storms moving through. And this is just a look at what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the day, honestly. All these storms popping up, they're not too clustered together. They still have plenty of room to breathe and to rotate and to spin. All this energy moving into a part of the state that has been primed and ready. Our moisture has been pulling in. We've seen more sunshine today help us warm up. So this is why they went with that PDS tornado watch, Lisa, over a regular tornado watch. This atmosphere is just ready to go for any storm that does flare.
It has probably some of the highest parameters that we have seen in quite some time when it comes to the instability, when it comes to the level of moisture that we have. And we just have all the ingredients for a classic type of setup when it comes to tornadic development. All right, so just to rehash, we have Lincoln County. We have a good portion of Ottawa County under a tornado warning until 3 p.m. Lincoln County, it expires at 2:45, and Ottawa County will stay in effect until 3 p.m. We have our storm trackers that are out. We have meteorologist Jack Maney as well. Plus, I do want to get into contact with our storm tracker, Jacob Honeycutt, who is on this storm over toward the Minneapolis area. Jacob, please. please give us an update on what you're seeing and what you are doing right now.
Hey, Lisa. Yeah, Lisa, we are on Justice Road. We are just southwest of Minneapolis, Kansas, going directly westbound right now. So we are, again, southwest of Minneapolis, Kansas, Justice Road. We are going right directly into the hook of this storm. Currently, I do not see a dominant wall cloud or a funnel or obviously a tornado at this time, but this is a very serious storm that does have the potential of producing a tornado. So we are getting into the hook of this storm, which is where the focus of this rotation is on this storm, and we're going to watch it very closely as it continues to move slowly to the east and keep you updated here in the field. We are with the Otis project following this storm, and we'll be watching it closely and keep you very closely updated as we get into this storm, Lisa.
Okay, so tell us a little bit more about the Otis project and what they are doing. They are led by Eric Fox. He is also another fellow storm chaser, and he is one that has taken this group for the last couple of years. They've been doing this for about 2 years now. They build their own drones, and they're trying to gather information from, and also video from inside tornadoes. Tell me a little bit about what you have witnessed today as you have been with this group.
Yeah, the Otis Project is a first of its kind group that has a great team behind it of engineers and meteorologists. Obviously, like you said, Eric Fox. They work to build these custom drones that they fly directly into tornadoes. So many of our viewers are familiar with Reed Timmer, who shoots rockets or different things into tornadoes to get scientific data. Well, while that shoots back the data part, the drones are actually up in there getting the video along with the scientific part of it as well. So this team is
all right, that is storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt.
into the heart of tornadoes so we can see exactly what is going on inside.
Okay, sometimes his video may break up, just a heads up, because as you can see, he is in a really rural part of Kansas, but he is actually heading into where you have that classic hook, that classic signature on Doppler radar, which is going to be in this location right here. So he is near the Minneapolis area. He did report when he was in Minneapolis that they had sounded the tornado sirens. We've been hearing that as well from the National Weather Service chat, but this is one of the strongest storms in addition to another storm that is farther to the north, impacting now Republic County. They have added another tornado warning over toward Washington County. Republic and Washington counties are outside of our viewing area. Lincoln County and Ottawa County are. So Topeka is handling these counties right here. Our sister station, KSNT, is doing continuous coverage when it comes to these here. But if we could bring our whole entire view here full until we can catch back up with Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers out in the field watching this storm right here in particular. Tornado warning in effect for Lincoln County. This is almost out of Lincoln County. I would definitely say that this is more of Ottawa County that is under this tornado warning because of where we have the center of circulation, which is going to be over toward the Ada area. And like I mentioned, this passed just to the north of Tuscany. So this still looks like it is on the northeasterly track as opposed to more of an easterly track, but it could still be trying to go more east, which will happen a lot of times with these big type of supercells. And when they become more of what's a right mover, then they produce the tornadoes. But the rotation, it has continued to broaden just a little bit. It's not nearly as tight it was earlier today, but we still need to make sure that we are using caution with this storm because it's in an environment where we have plenty of moisture, plenty of instability. We have all the ingredients for tornadoes to occur, and we've already seen some additional tornadic development farther to the north with thunderstorms over Republic, now Washington County, and we did briefly have a tornado warning in effect for northern Cloud County just to the north of the Concordia area. These winds are going to be pretty powerful that are wrapping into this. It's going to be the inflow into into this storm, this beefy supercell here, and you're going to easily have winds that are probably going to be between 70 to as much as 80 miles per hour. Lucy just put on a marker here for about 94 miles per hour. So if you are, say, for example, in Tesket, maybe you can feel just how strong the winds are. But I hope you are in your tornado safety place, along with Brewer, along with Minneapolis, Lindsay, Sumnerville, and Ada, along with Delphus, as this continues to track to the northeast between 35 and 40 miles per hour. Lucy.
Lisa, I'm going to get us another track on this storm just to help. The National Weather Service just confirmed with you that they agree. It's moving into Ottawa County, out of Lincoln County. They're going to let the Lincoln County warning expire, and they're going to mainly focus with Topeka's National Weather Service office, allowing them to take over as it moves into Ottawa County. But I'm going to get us a track with the latest scan from this storm still moving off towards the northeast, about 35 miles per hour. On some towns that are in here. Sumnerville, you are going to be in the line of fire in about 10 minutes here at 2:45. I'm going to try to get us a better look at maybe some more cities in there. Lamar downstream from the storm as it continues to make its way towards you. If it keeps the consistent speed, we're looking more at 2:57 p.m. and then in Aurora about 3:16. The storm has been holding on as it's gone through phases. Storms like to breathe in, they like to breathe out. They like to see that rotation tighten up, and then they like to fall apart. We've gotten reports of the wall cloud in Ottawa County looking a bit more ragged, and that could be a sign that this storm is going through one of its cycles. It could try to strengthen, though, as we continue on into the rest of the evening. With our reflectivity, it's still looking gorgeous, like a very, very picture perfect example of a supercell trying to get in place to make a hook echo. I am going to switch to our Topeka radar site just for a second to get a look from there, as this is in its warning area now, but I'm still not liking how it looks. But you can see where that hook is trying, where our winds are filtering in into the Ada area, seeing that inflow move right into there from where our storm is trying to form. That would be where that rotation is going to be, within that hook, within that tail that's sticking down from the main portion of the storm. Though we are still looking at hail potential for some of us. As we move back towards Hastings, our hail threat is still up to about 2 inches. Looks like that's going to be north of Ada. If we look at our Barron button here, or there's our rotation, Lisa, right where we think it's going to be with our Barron button. That red that you're seeing to the south of Ada, that is where we're going to be seeing the best chance of rotation picked up on our radar severe threat here, or our Barron button. The purple you're seeing on your screen, that's where the hail threat is, and then green is going to be an indication of where the rain is. So typical structure for this type of storm, that rotation is going to be within the hook, and then the core of the hail staying off towards the north of where the core of rotation is going to be. So Brewer, you are in line here, as well as Minneapolis. I'm going to put us on another track with a better look at where this is going.
Hey, Lucy, our storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt is reporting that the wall cloud is getting bigger on this storm.
That would line up with what we're seeing with couplets with our velocity trying to tighten back up. So it's a good indication of where exactly that storm is trying to hold on. Woo. If we put on some of our rotation locks here.
Yeah, definitely starting to pick up the rotation just to the north of the Tesket area over toward Ada, and to the west-southwest of the Brewer area. So folks that are in Ottawa County, it looks like the main threat has now shifted to the east of Lincoln County. So Lincoln County, even though they have not lifted the tornado warning just yet, the center of circulation is now firmly within Ottawa County. So Ottawa County is the county that we need to make sure that we are using our tornado safety precautions right now. Anywhere from about Minneapolis over toward Ada and Sumnerville, National Weather Service removing the tornado warning for Lincoln County at this time and continuing it for Ottawa County until 3 p.m. This goes up toward Delphus, Sumnerville. This does not include Lamar, but Lamar is under a severe thunderstorm warning, which is telling you, just a heads up, the strongest part of this storm is on the way. So you may need to use your tornado safety precautions. But even though this right now is tracking to the northeast, the reason that they drew the polygon as such is because they want to make sure that they are prepared in case this does start to make more of a right turn. That's why they have now lifted Tesket away. Tesket is no longer in the path of where we have this circulation, where storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt has been reporting that we do have a wall cloud. And Jacob, we do have you on the phone right now. Tell us what you are seeing.
Southwest of Minneapolis, and we do have a very well-defined wall cloud developing just west of Minneapolis. And if you give me just 2 seconds here, I'm going to measure. We have a wall cloud that is 5.4 miles west of Minneapolis. Very well-defined wall cloud. No tornado on the ground at this moment, but that could change, as we all know, momentarily. So we're going to watch this very closely. We are in a very poor signal area, so I apologize we do not have live images, but as soon as anything changes, we will break back in and let you know, Lisa.
Okay, and we are going to keep Jacob Honeycutt on the phone with us, as he is right there with the storm, with the Otis project, and storm chaser Eric Fox as well. He has reported that there is a large and rotating wall cloud. There is no funnel cloud at this time, but there is no tornado, but it could produce one at any second, at any minute. So in Ottawa County, from Ada over towards Sumnerville and Brewer to Delphus, please make sure that you are using your tornado safety precautions. Basement is best. If you are in a mobile home, please find some place that is going to be a sturdier shelter for you. If you have any family members that may be driving in this location, they're, a farmer, or maybe you have your kids that are going to be going from one location to another, please give them a call. Don't give them a text, and tell them that they need to seek shelter immediately, because this storm is still trying to get its act together, and it's been trying. It's been trying and trying and trying to produce this tornado, and I think just give it a little bit more time, and it is going to be able to ingest all the ingredients that it needs in order for this to happen. And we have our crews here at KSN that are out in the field. We also have a wonderful crew that's backing us up. Ashley, she is in contact with Jacob Honeycutt. So even though we have lost visuals with him, because it is such a poor cell phone area, he is going to be able to relay that information if he does see a funnel, does see the tornado that will be developing out of this. But we're going to continue to stay with this storm, because it is one that could produce a tornado literally at any time. Ada over towards Sumnerville, Delphus, and Brewer, along with Lamar, please make sure that you're using your tornado safe places. Brewer, this is expected in just a few short minutes, so you need to finish up your tornado safety precautions. Get to that safe place immediately. Sumnerville at about 2:50. You have a little bit longer, but you're going to have some pretty large hail. This hail could be as large as about 2 inches in diameter. We had a report of 2-inch hail over toward Lincoln County. So storms going to be today. We could see some storms that could produce easily baseball-size hail with all of the check marks that we have in the environment with these thunderstorms. So we're going to continue to stay on this one. We have additional severe thunderstorms up toward Belleville and also to the northwest of Maryville. We have a PDS tornado watch. A watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to occur. A warning means that you need to take action, and take action now, like in Ottawa County. We have another tornado warning that's southeast of Belleville. This has a classic hook on it, and we also have another. So we basically have 2 tornado warnings up in Washington County. Our sister station, KSNT out of Topeka, handles this as their viewing area from Washington County over toward Republic County. Once we get toward Cloud County, we're watching for cloud, but we're also watching here over toward Ottawa County. Ottawa County, and also if you look here, we have a few other thunderstorms too that are not severe at this time, but also the environment is ripe. We have one that's starting to go up toward Beloit, that's below the severe storm threshold, and we have another one that is just to the south and to the southeast of Lincoln. That could be the next one in line. Let's go back to storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, who is on this storm not too far to the west of the Minneapolis area. Jacob, go.
Hey, Lisa, west of Minneapolis now, we do have like we talked about, a large wall cloud that we can see, and there is we'll call it a weak funnel on the left side of this wall cloud right now. It is kind of going up and down. It's not super well defined, but the wall cloud itself is. And so it is continuing to move to the east. And looking at velocity on radar, we can see that tight couplet where we are seeing this wall cloud. So this is definitely the area that would produce a tornado if it were to develop. Right now, there is no tornado on the ground. But again, a well-defined wall cloud that we are continuing to monitor just west of Minneapolis, Kansas. Lisa?
Okay, so what we are looking at right now, and we're actually using several different Doppler radars to bop off of in order to get a good visual on this. We're looking at this from Hastings, and where we circled over toward the Brewer area is where we have that circulation. So as Jacob mentioned, he's seen a funnel that's been trying to go up, trying to go down. But one thing that is certain right now is no tornado warning. Tornado has happened just yet, but we have a rather large wall cloud. So this storm right now, it is trying. So the center of circulation just to the west of Minneapolis, it's organized. And I know that there's other storm chasers that are on this right now, but the way things are looking, this could drastically increase the tornado risk within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So as we watch our reflectivity product, you're starting to see the bright greens, you're starting to see a little bit of red that's starting to touch right here. This is going to become much more well-defined. We're thinking within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So as this continues to pass close by Minneapolis, over toward Brewer, it looks like over toward Ada, the center of circulation is now off to the east of you. Next stop is going to be for locations near Sumnerville, Delphus. This may pass just to the south of you. After that, even though it's not under a tornado warning, Lamar is going to be the next spot for us to look at. So from now until 3 p.m., Ottawa County is going to stay under a tornado warning. We have another 18 minutes on this warning. And Lucy, this is definitely starting to show much more organization. It's probably the tightest couplet that we have seen on radar so far for this afternoon within our viewing area.
So far for this afternoon, honestly, so far for this weekend. This guy looks very healthy. The brighter the greens in this latest scan. I'm going to take us back a couple minutes just so you can see what we're talking about. The circle stays in the same spot, so that's where to keep your eye. As we see this storm make its way in, it's going to right about there. It moves in, it tightens up, it gets very bright, and it continues to sit right to the north of Brewer in the latest couple of scans here. That if there is anywhere that a tornado is going to try to form, it's going to be right there, Lisa.
Okay, we are going to try to get some pictures. Jacob is sending us some pictures of the wall cloud. It's going to be happening here pretty soon. Yeah, so this is what the wall cloud looks like right now near Minneapolis. The center of circulation that we saw just moments ago, this is what Storm Tracker Jacob Honeycutt is watching for right now. He is also with the Otis project. They're getting ready to potentially deploy some drones into this if a tornado does form. No, the National Weather Service offices are looking at the different things that we have. They're also talking about the other rotation, the low-level rotation over towards southeast Republic County, which our sister station KSNT is handling. That is their viewing area. Also over toward Washington County, we have a couple of other tornado warnings that have been in effect in that location. Can we do a split with our picture and also our radar here? We're going to continue to keep. Thank you, Ashley. We're going to continue to keep Jacob Honeycutt on the phone and get more information from him, but this is the latest look of the wall cloud that has been reported near Minneapolis. And within the next 10 to 15 minutes, maybe even sooner, this guy may indeed produce a tornado.
And it's slowing down, Lisa.
Yeah, slowing down. Some of these storms, when the warnings initially came out, Lucy, were up to about 40, 50 miles per hour, but now they're dropping to about 35 miles per hour. They're probably like, I'm going to take a hold of all of these ingredients and I'm just going to kind of sit here for now.
And that is right where the boundary is also, which we know storms love boundaries. That's where they get all the ingredients, like you said. They're just sitting in the candy store, chomping on all of it.
And it can also allow for a little bit of spin to occur as well whenever you get those boundaries. And one thing that happened yesterday was north central Kansas had a lot of rainfall. And when you get a lot of rainfall, when you get a lot of these thunderstorms, they can sometimes send out outflow boundaries. And then as you have another chance for severe weather the next day, then that just amps up the opportunity for you to have tornadic development. Because if you have a storm that goes up along one of those boundaries, that can cause some of the twisting, the turning to produce tornadogenesis. Texas. So this is what we're watching for right now. This is over toward Minneapolis. We do have quite the beefy supercell with this storm. We also have quite the beefy wall cloud that has also been monitored with this. We've had a few funnels that have been trying to pop out of it, but nothing that has been able to produce a tornado just yet. But I think it is imminent. So those of you that are over toward Sumnerville, over toward Lamar, even though you're not under a tornado warning at this time, I would go ahead and get ready for your tornado safety precautions. This is still tracking to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour, may stay just to the north and to the west of the Minneapolis area. So this is another photo that we have of the wall cloud that's located just to the west northwest of the Minneapolis area from storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt. We're also tracking some other thunderstorms too, but this is the one that we're continuing to stay on. And I know on our live stream, a lot of folks have been asking about, well, what about Wichita? What about Wichita? Well, we now have a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that they are going to issue another tornado watch that's going to be farther downstream. It looks like there's a 95% probability for a tornado watch for hail that could be as large as 2 to 4 inches in diameter. We could have 65, 80 mile per hour winds. This may stay just to the west of the Wichita area. This is going to be closer to the cold front. It's also going to be ahead of the dry line, anywhere from, say, about Pratt to Stafford County, Barber County. This is going to be a new tornado watch that's going to be potentially coming out, including Comanche and also Clark counties. This may include southeastern, they may include a little bit of Ford County, but that low, that dry line is basically over toward Dodge City at this hour.
Yeah, it's been hanging out there for the better part of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see storms build all the way back down that way, which is not surprising that they're talking about a watch in that direction either.
And then, of course, as these thunderstorms stay by themselves, they don't have to compete for all the necessary ingredients in order to produce the incredibly large hail, to produce damaging winds, and of course the possibility of tornadoes. If they can stay by themselves longer, or what's known as discrete mode, then they will be able to potentially produce more tornadoes. But if they all start to line up, then this is going to turn into a damaging wind threat. And I think we're going to start to see several different phases of this for tonight. You're going to start off with the storms by themselves. You get the supercells. You get the greatest tornadic potential, then it becomes a damaging wind line, and the hail threat will go down at that time, but it also looks like it's going to take some time before this front crosses our path. And as juiced up as the atmosphere is, this is going to lead into a flooding threat. We've already had some flooding in some parts of north central Kansas from the thunderstorms that we had last night. And looks like we have maybe another update here from the National Weather Service, continuing the tornado warning up in Republic and Washington counties. Looks like they have now canceled the tornado watch for Mitchell County just because everything is now starting to slide farther to the east. So those of you that are in Mitchell County, the tornado watch has now been canceled for you. But the tornado warning stays in effect for Ottawa County and will stay in effect until 3 p.m. We're getting closer. We're about 11 minutes away from us having a new warning, and just judging by the looks of this storm, I think they're going to continue to issue the tornado warning farther and farther downstream. So those of you in Sumnerville, looks like the center of circulation is going to be right on top of you here. This is passing just to the north of the Minneapolis area as a tornado warning is maintained until 3 p.m. for this afternoon. And this is going to be the start. The thunderstorms starting off in north central Kansas, then they start to unzip and build back to the southwest. In the southwest Kansas, most of the storms are going to continue to be just to the east of Dodge City. So Dodge City, you're probably not going to pick up any rainfall, but it's going to be east of Dodge over toward the Wichita area that will be watching these thunderstorms. So we're going to have multiple watches that will still be coming in through the evening. This is the first. This is where things are starting in north central Kansas, and then things will continue to unzip back to the south and also to the southwest. Lucy.
New tornado warning are coming in for Ottawa County. It's not quite hit our system yet, but it did come through from the bot. That is going to be through 3:30 p.m. So they're agreeing with us, there it is, that this rotation is looking good. I've also switched our radar to the Topeka radar site.
closer.
Yeah, and Hastings was a little bit just out of view there, and that's what's happening. This part of the state, it's covered by 3 radar sites, but that radar beam is looking up into the atmosphere, so we're looking pretty high. So the fact that we're seeing this couplet right now, that's a good indication that that rotation is really trying right over Sumnerville. The latest update with this new tornado warning, if I can click in here, it's also going to extend into Cloud County. It's going to be moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Still radar indicated, still capable of producing 2-inch sized hail. So that's about the size of a hen egg that you get at the grocery store. One more skiing right on top of Sumnerville now. Wow, I'm going to zoom in to get us a better look. If you are on 105th Road, if you are on 110th Road, 120th Road, Rifle Road here, Sunset Road, anywhere in that area near Sumnerville, Quaker Road, this area of circulation is right over you at this moment. You need to be in your basement, and if you don't have a basement, you need to be in the innermost portion of your room or of your house, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That could be a closet, that could be a bathroom in the center of your house. I don't have a basement at my house, so mine would be my hall closet. And this is strong storm. Not only could it be capable of producing a tornado, also the strong winds within here going to be no joke, as it's going to be picking up and continuing to intensify. It's very much in its strengthening cycle here, as the latest scan shows it moving right over Sumner County.
All right.
Or the city of Sumnerville.
And I believe, Ashley, on TVU2, is that Jacob? Because so we have reestablished our video feed with Jacob, and we have Jacob on the phone. Okay. Let's go ahead and get out to storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, who is watching this tornadic supercell over Ottawa County. Jacob, what is your current location and what are you seeing?
Hey, Lisa, we are northbound on looks like Highway or Interstate 81, just to the northeast of Minneapolis right now, watching this storm continue to do what it's been doing for the last while, really, producing a wall cloud about the same size as it has been. No tornado on the ground at this time. But one thing that we are noticing with this is that the wall cloud is becoming a little more, there's rain around it. So maybe a little more rain wrapped. So it's not as easy and defined as it was a few minutes ago with the pictures that we sent over. So we're continuing to watch this. There's little things that are trying to come out of this wall cloud that we're watching closely, but right now no tornado on the ground, Lisa, but we're going to continue to watch this, and if anything changes, we'll be back with you and obviously keep everybody up to speed on what is going on just to the north of Minneapolis, Kansas. Lisa?
And that sound that you hear in the background is Jacob's WIA, his wireless emergency alert, because he's in the tornado warning area. What you're also taking a look at, so on the right-hand side, you see his image, but then you also have our radar image here that blown up because we have a new extension in Ottawa County of the tornado warning until 3:34 this afternoon. And this actually kind of jives a little bit. He was talking about how now we're starting to see some of that rainfall starting to wrap around this, so it's becoming much more of a rain-wrapped kind of a storm, where you still have the potential that a tornado may develop behind that curtain of rain. So you may not necessarily be able to see it. So that's why if you have any family members that are in this area, please do not have them drive into this storm. They could, number one, be faced with a tornado that could all of a sudden just drop out of this wall cloud. And this storm has had a history of producing a wall cloud. We saw that not that long ago from Jacob near the Minneapolis area, but we could also have some pretty large hail. We had hail up to 2 inches in diameter that developed over toward Lincoln, and this storm is going to continue to push up to the north and also to the northeast. But we also have additional thunderstorms that are also starting to fire up back to the southwest over Ellsworth County, also over toward the Barton County area. We want to get back to Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers. He has an update. You're in a better position there, Jacob.
Yeah, Lisa, are you able to see my feed? I'm unsure if
Yes.
if you're able to see it. Okay, if you look right in front of us, I know there's a slight delay, but we do have something coming off to the side of this wall cloud right now. It might be a developing tornado.
We do have something coming off to the side of this wall cloud right now. It might
right here on the right side of our wall cloud, we do have a funnel cloud.
Right here on the right side of our wall cloud, we do have a funnel cloud. This is a developing tornado.
Control room, I need you to fix my audio, please.
Control room, I need you to fix
On
my audio,
the
please. I'm hearing feedback, but we do have a
right side of
possible
this wall
developing
cloud.
tornado.
And if we could maybe drop the banner too when we go back to his image, because yes, he does indeed have what is developing there. Can we go back to his video footage, please? Okay, so they're trying to work with the audio part of this. So obviously what was happening was this storm was just going through a little bit of a cycle here and trying to get its act together. And I'm watching his video image, and he does have a beefy wall cloud with this. And it does look like we have a little bit of an appendage that was trying to form out to the right-hand portion of this wall cloud, but it does not look like it's been able to sustain itself right now. This is Ottawa County. As you can see here, we have anywhere from Lamar over toward Delphos this is now pushing off to the east of the Delphos area, tracking to the northeast of Sumnerville. Those of you from Lamar and in rural locations of Ottawa County, please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place, because this may produce a tornado at any time. Do we have Jacob back?
Yeah, Lisa, we are again.
All right, so we're going to continue to stay with his video footage here, and one thing that I would like to do is to bop back and forth from his video image. And Ashley, if we can reestablish contact with him via audio, then let's do that. But he is now pulled over to the side of the road. One of the things I noticed, and I know that there's a lot of chaser convergence here in Kansas, and as Jacob was traveling north on Highway 81, you were just seeing one storm chaser after another that was pulled over to the side of the road. But what you're looking at right now, what you are witnessing, is a wall cloud that is attached to this storm. Jacob is to the north of Minneapolis right now. This center of circulation is going to be in northern Ottawa County. Tracking to the northeast, the storm is moving at a path at about 35 miles per hour. And it looks like his feed is now starting to break up just a little bit more here. Let's go ahead and go back to our radar product, show you here our reflectivity. Lamar over toward Delphos, and there's Sumnerville. So where we're at right now is going to be in this part. This is where we are going to be able to get our tornado if one does form out of this. And I'm watching a grainy looking video of his off to the side of here. So I'll be able to relay that information to him, but we can also communicate with him over the phone. So this storm continues to intensify as it pushes to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour, maintaining a tornado warning until 3:30. So the other tornado warning that was in effect for Ottawa County, which is going to be this other warning, it is going to soon go away, and it's going to be replaced by another one. This one's going to expire in less than a minute. The one that Lucy has pinpointed there, it's that small little sliver right here, but this is the new one that's going to take us up until about 3:34 this afternoon. And this is going to continue to lift northward. As it lifts northward out of Ottawa County, it will be going into Cloud County. And Lucy, if we could zoom this out just a little bit, because I want to give everybody their bearings as to where Concordia is, where Miltonvale is. This is the new tornado warning for Cloud County that was just issued. So this is going to be until when?
3:30 as well.
Until 3:30 as well. So this does not include Concordia. It butts up right against Clyde, and it is also now off to the east of Glasgow. Looks like we have a confirmed tornado up in Nebraska in Weimar, and then we also have additional tornado warnings that continue to plaster Washington County over toward eastern Republic County. This is not a confirmed tornado just yet. It's been getting its act together. It's been trying to produce a funnel here and there, but nothing that has officially touched down as a tornado just yet. Lucy.
Our tornado watch has been expanded. This is not a PDS watch that I believe we've gotten just yet for Southwest Kansas. I'm trying to get in our chat here. They decided not to go PDS because conditions not looking as favorable as portions of north central Kansas. I am gonna
Let's just go ahead and pop the watch on here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just go ahead and pop your
I was
lead
like,
there.
I didn't want to take away from where we were at now. So the dark red background is going to be the particularly dangerous situation.
That's the PDS tornado watch, which only a few of those are ever issued in a year. And it goes all the way over toward Barton County. It includes Rice County. But then the new watch, as we were discussing moments ago, because the Storm Prediction Center said, hey, there's a 95% chance. Anytime they say that there's a 95% chance that a watch is coming out, it is going to be here. So this includes Stafford County. It includes the city of Pratt and Pratt County, on down toward Barber County, Comanche, Kiowa. Edwards County is also included in the mix with this, along with Pawnee. You go over toward Ford County. They did include Ford County, even though that low pressure center is right on top of Dodge City. We have the dry line that extends down to the south through Clark County. Hopefully we can get some rainfall in Clark County, but the problem is we have a fire weather warning that's also in effect here. We've had a lot of fires that have been ongoing from Clark and Meade counties since late last week. And if we get any lightning, then that may cause additional fires because our winds are picking up across southwest Kansas near the Oklahoma state line. But also we have some pretty powerful winds that are pumping into the central parts of the state. That's just adding more of this juice to help feed these thunderstorms. And these thunderstorms just love to feed off of this. So what we have going on right now, we have Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers. He's watching this storm here. That's to the north of Salina. But you also see how these thunderstorms are building back to the south-southwest. There's a little bit of development over just to the northeast of Barton County, over toward Ellsworth County, and also over toward Rice County. But then I'm also starting to see some storms that are now beginning to bubble up over toward Pawnee County. And Pawnee County will stay under this tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. What Lucy is doing, and we're not going to take our eyes off of the storm that is in Ottawa County that has prompted a tornado warning there. I just want the folks that are in the path of these additional thunderstorms to know that these storms are rapidly intensifying. And this is where we have meteorologist Jack Maney dispatched. And as he gets a little bit closer to these thunderstorms as they continue to strengthen, we're going to be able to gather some more information from him. Jacob Honeycutt still on the storm in Ottawa County. That has had a rather stout wall cloud associated with it, but at this time there is no tornado, but we still need to make sure that we are using our tornado safety precautions. And any of these locations from Ellsworth County to Rice County to Barton County, and you notice this one cell to the north of Larned over toward Pawnee County, any of these thunderstorms could also quickly become severe. If they could cluster together much quicker, that would definitely be some good news, because then the tornadic threat may drop a little bit, but we may still have some QLCS type of development of tornadoes as we go through the overnight. QLCS basically meaning a quick spin up or spin down tornado on the leading edge of a squall line or a damaging line of thunderstorms where you get one after another that's all lined up. Lucy.
Lisa, with those storms starting to develop across Barton County up towards Ellsworth County, they're already starting to look like they're beefing up quickly, which is why they have that PDS or particularly dangerous, tornado watch in place for the areas in dark red. The one that is in place for southwest Kansas, not quite seeing as favorable conditions, but that doesn't mean that the storms down that way could any less form a tornado than what we're seeing right now across portions of north central Kansas, across southwest Kansas. All of us need to stay on weather aware as we look throughout the rest of the evening. I'm going to take us back up towards Ottawa County here to get a look at that storm as it makes its way into Cloud County. That red background is the PDS tornado watch.
Let's go ahead and remove it.
I was going to say, I'm going to turn it off for now so we can get a better look at things. It gets a little messy with all the reds going on. But here's our tornado warning. It is in place through 3:30. This area of circulation, though, thinking it's probably going to be right over Lamar. I'm going to switch over to our velocity. Yep, where those reds and greens coming together, that is likely where that tornado is trying to form. We've gotten no reports yet of that funnel making another go. Still, that wall cloud is rotating. It is over Lamar. It is capable of producing a tornado at any point in time. It is making its way off towards the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. It is tracking into the more northeastern corner of Ottawa County, pushing towards Cloud County here over the next several minutes. minutes. And we are watching those storms that are intensifying across portions of Ellsworth and Barton County. They're not looking severe just yet. Areas that in south central Kansas are considering a tornado watch that might become necessary later in the evening. That could include areas like Hutch, Wichita, off into Greenwood, Elk, Chautauqua counties. So
and maybe even down into Oklahoma too,
Yeah.
considering that was coming in from the Norman office. Maybe they're thinking about K County, Oklahoma, or maybe even just a strip of northern Oklahoma counties right here. But it looks like Kansas is going to be the main area where we're watching for
Yeah.
tornadic development. And we have the multiple tornado watches that are in effect. And if we could go over and just show the overall view here, I just want to show this here. So we have the one tornadic supercell that's prompted the tornado warning for Ottawa. More thunderstorms that are continuing to blossom back toward Barton County. These are not severe just yet, but we have the tornado watch now that extends all the way back toward Dodge City and Ford County. So let's go back to this storm here. Already starting to get the confirmed tornadoes near the Kansas-Nebraska state line, southwest of Beatrice, Nebraska. And as we go back toward this one, this is where we have Jacob Honeycutt, who is one of our storm trackers. And do we have Jacob on the phone? What was that, Ashley?
Me.
Okay, let's go ahead and get out to storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt. We have a little bit of rotation here that's going to be close to the Lamar area. It's going to be tracking to the north of Lamar. Next stop for it is going to be closer to the Miltonvale area. And he has a live look at this, and he's got a wall cloud on this one. Jacob.
Hey, Lisa, we are on Volunteer Road, and we are continuing to be northeast of Minneapolis. And sorry, we're trying to get our bearings here. We do have a wall cloud right in front of us. We are basically right in the middle of the hook of this storm, to where you're looking at velocity. You can see where those bright reds and those bright greens come together. That is where we are at. If a tornado is going to form in this area, this is where it would be. So we're going to continue to watch this and keep you updated as the situation warrants. So we're going to set out our bearings here, and we'll send it back to you, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers who has been on this storm, been up in this area since yesterday and watching all of these storms as they've continued to intensify. So this is going to be the start of things. We're going to have more thunderstorms that are going to be developing back to the southwest. They're already happening through Ellsworth County, and those are also going to continue to intensify. We have two different watches. We have a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation, and then we have a tornado watch that is going to be over toward other parts of southwest Kansas. At this time, Wichita, Sedgwick County, not included in the mix. That doesn't mean that we're going to be storm-free, because it's just going to happen a little bit later into the evening. New update here from the National Weather Service, as this storm is capable of producing a tornado about 7 miles southwest of Miltonvale. It is now pushing to the east. We're now getting the easterly push.
That right turn.
It's now starting to turn right. It is still capable of producing hail up to about 2 inches in diameter. Tornado warning stays in effect for Ottawa County right now until 3:30 this afternoon. Please make sure that you get to your lowest level if you are in the path of this storm, to the north of Lamar over toward Miltonvale. This is going to go out of Ottawa County and into Clay County, or Cloud County, which is going to be where Concordia is located. So Concordia, being on the northern side, this storm is going to be shifting just to the south and also to the southeast of you. So those of you that are in south central, southeastern Cloud County, please make sure that you are using your tornado safety precautions, because this storm is going to be lifting out of Ottawa County and within probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I have a feeling Ottawa County is going to be out of the tornado warning a little bit earlier, just because of the path that this is now starting to take. We have storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, who is on this storm, monitoring it. It's been trying to produce a tornado. and I think it's probably going to start to do that here shortly. Now we're starting to see more of that right turn tracking to the east between 35 and 40 miles per hour. There is going to be some large hail to the north, to the west of Miltonvale, and to the north now of Lamar. Hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter will be possible in this location. The warning also includes Aurora. It also includes St. Joseph. It does not include Concordia for the tornado warning because this storm is going to pass down to the south and also to the southeast. Still now moving farther to the east, but I think this is where we are going to have our tornado. It is going to be just to the north of Lamar. This is indicated by the color red. If this goes purple, then we know that a tornado has indeed been spotted in the field. Lucy.
They have decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning a little bit off towards the south for the next cell that's moving up through Minneapolis. This one is not looking as organized as the northerly storm at the moment, but it's just a matter of time. It looks like it could try to take on that structure, that hook near Minneapolis once again. So please stay weather aware. Even if the initial tornado warning has moved north of you, we're seeing storms along this entire line. So stay up to date. We're not in the clear just yet as storms continue to move through Ottawa County. The tornado warning is pushing out of Ottawa County, but more storms filing in behind it. We're seeing a good deal of energy move into this portion of the state. That's why we have the PDS watch, the particularly dangerous situation. We're going to continue to hold on to the potential of tornadoes with any storm that forms throughout the rest of the night. And we are going to be seeing that tornado watch for southwest Kansas. Conditions are not quite as favorable. That's why they went with a regular tornado watch through 10 p.m. But any storm, again, this evening could hold on to that potential to see some rotation with it. I'm going to zoom us back into where that tornado watch warning is in place for portions of Cloud County. It looks like that hook is trying to form just to the north of Lamar. If we take a look at our velocity,
Yeah.
there she is. Where those reds and greens are moving, definitely trying to turn right. It's hugging the Cloud and Ottawa County line at this moment. Miltonvale, you are going to be within the firing range of this storm here momentarily. Get in your tornado safe place now. Browndale, you should probably also start heading to your basement, if not the center portion of your house if you don't have a basement. Circulation with the Ottawa County supercell is now moving to the far southeast Cloud County. It's moving towards Miltonvale, says the National Weather Service, so that area is greatest risk. So we're all on the same page here with where we think this storm is tracking at this time. Definitely a beefy storm. I am surprised it hasn't tried to make another funnel again, but we have not gotten any reports of that. And there were a lot of chasers in that area, so I think we would know pretty quickly if it was trying to produce anything, Lisa.
And I am just now receiving offline a picture from storm tracker Lisa Dimmitt and it's still quite the big wall cloud.
And it
on
has
this.
slowed down again. The latest continuation, they dropped it back to 35. It's been bouncing up to 40, 45 miles per hour to the northeast, back down to 35. They're keeping it northeast though, so not quite right turning just yet, but it's definitely making a go at it. And we are still watching that storm a little bit to the south of this one because it is also trying to hold on to some of that strength. That looks like straight line winds to me right now. We could maybe see another area of rotation near Minneapolis here soon. So if you're in the city of Minneapolis, not done just yet. So sorry that these storms are moving through the same area that we saw earlier and that we also saw last night. But with reflectivity from Topeka's National Weather Service office from their radar, that hook, she's really trying to go. I'm trying to zoom in here to get some roads, but this is a rural area, so some of the only roads and it is outside of our technical viewing area, so that's why some of the roads don't populate as we move towards Cloud County. Near North Road, 240th Road there, 250th Road, near Miltonvale. If you live anywhere within the vicinity of Lamar or Miltonvale towards Brownsdale, make sure that you're getting to your basement. This is a very serious storm. It could produce a tornado at any moment. It's been trying to produce a tornado so far this evening. We've seen it make a go at it several times. Jacob Honeycutt got the visual of it trying to produce a funnel. She just couldn't quite get her act together long enough to really solidify that rotation. But that doesn't mean that she couldn't get her act together as we move throughout the rest of the night.
That's right. And you're looking at this with Topeka?
With Topeka. Would you like me to switch?
No, let's go ahead and keep it with Topeka because that might be one of the best ones. We could bop back and forth between Topeka and Hastings to see if there might be a clearer image.
Hastings was a little messy, so that's why I went with Topeka, but if we go back down to that southern storm in Minneapolis and Ottawa County, we'll definitely switch back and forth.
Okay, so we do have reports from Lisa Dimmitt, one of our storm trackers. She is located not too far away from Miltonvale. There is no tornado warning or tornado at this time. There is no funnel that's been trying to appear from this, but we do have a wall cloud. So the wall cloud is an indication that we have circulation that is happening with this storm, and it could produce a tornado. We have a tornado warning that is in effect for Cloud County until 3:30 for this afternoon. Here's Aurora. Here's Miltonvale. This center of circulation is going to be moving right into the Miltonvale area as we speak. And I know Jacob Honeycutt, we have some visuals on his from TVU2 and of where he is in relationship to the storm. And I know that he's also on the phone with our producer as well. So anytime he gets an update, if he sees something out there, he is going to give that information back to us so that way we can report that to you. But do know that there is a wall cloud on this storm in Cloud County. The warning for Ottawa County here is going to be going away here shortly. That's because the center of circulation is now starting to drift a little bit farther to the north of it.
Looks more so towards Miltonvale.
Yeah, more toward Miltonvale. It is more so in Cloud County as opposed to Ottawa County. So what you're looking at right here, you can see the inflow, definitely that inflow notch that is just to the west, immediate west of the Miltonvale area. Lucy, if you could draw some arrows on that. So we have quite a bit of moisture that's being siphoned into this tornadic supercell. What was that, Ashley? Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Lisa Dimmitt's photo. This was taken just a few moments ago. And you want to take a look at a beefy wall cloud. There you go.
Ooh.
So it is really, really close to the ground. That also tells you just how high your dew points are, how much moisture you have in the atmosphere, that it doesn't take much more that this could produce a tornado, and it may become a rather large tornado. So
Yeah, that is sitting low.
it is really, really low. There's not that much difference between that wall cloud and the surface down toward the ground here. So storm tracker Lisa Dimmitt, she is also on this storm up near the Miltonvale area, including the tornado warning for Cloud County that will stay active until 3:30 for this afternoon. The time right now is 3:17. We still have several more minutes left to go on this storm right here that is now tracking to the east. Initially, these thunderstorms were pushing northeasterly, and I know I've been talking about this quite a bit, the fact that once you get more of an easterly push, then you start to see more tornadic development, and that's what's happening with this guy right here. This guy is going to be going into Clay County, so as it passes over toward the Miltonvale area, it's going to head over toward Clay Center if it doesn't decide to maybe shimmy just a little bit more to the north. Right now, we have the tornado warning in effect for Cloud County. We still have a small snippet of Ottawa County right here, but then there's also another storm that's starting to come up from the southwest right on top of Minneapolis, and I know it also has quite a good inflow that's going into it. You can see that by this little curvature, this little comma shaped right in here. So those are some strong winds that are starting to pump in as much moisture as possible. And all these thunderstorms that have been lined up from southern Nebraska into north central Kansas, they've been maintaining their individuality. They've been all by themselves. Once they start to congeal into a line, then your tornadic threat goes down a whole lot more. Also, your large hail threat will also go down at that time. But now we're starting to see more of these thunderstorms that are clustering together. The question will be, out of these storms over toward Ellsworth County, Rice County, southeastern Barton County, are one of those going to become just a singular storm and say, hey, I'm gonna suck up this storm and this storm and this storm and this storm and become another strong supercell, just like what we're witnessing over Cloud and northeastern Ottawa County. And then look at this over toward Beatrice, Nebraska. You have a confirmed tornado warning in the purple, and you also have multiple tornado warnings that are indicated here in red. So those thunderstorms will continue to push in that direction, and all of these thunderstorms will basically go from that southwest to northeastern trajectory because you have this area of low pressure. You have this cold front that's starting to come in from the northwest. So these thunderstorms, they're continuing to build. They are not severe. over northwestern Saline County, over toward Ellsworth County, northwestern Rice County, and we'll have to switch over to a different radar in order to look at them because we're using this with Hastings. Maybe Wichita might be a little bit better. And then as we dive back into southwestern Kansas, Dodge City is going to be the ones that look pretty good. So here is Ford County. It looks like we have a new thunderstorm that is starting to go up just to the north of the Buckland area. And we also have in Pawnee County, we have another thunderstorm. This one's looking a little bit stronger, just due north of the Kinsley area. And there's another cell here that's going to be basically on the Kiowa and also the Clark County line. All of these storms tracking to the north-northeast. This is where they all start, but then eventually they're going to finish the night in southeastern Kansas. And as we start to see this juiced up atmosphere with so much moisture, that this is eventually going to turn into a flooding threat later tonight because the storms are going to be slow to finally get on out of here. And I know the folks in southwest Kansas will be like, could we partake in some of this moisture? Could we get some of this? And it is possible down toward Clark County, you may have a few thunderstorms because you folks are in the new tornado watch, but you don't want any lightning because that may start another wildfire. We have a fire weather warning that is in effect for southwest Kansas down into the Oklahoma Panhandle for today. That's also where we have some stronger winds that are wrapping around this area of low pressure. So let's go ahead and go back to this storm here over toward Cloud County, and we'll just do one more look at it here. And Cloud County, our folks at our sister station KSNT also cover Cloud County over toward Clay County. They are going to be watching this storm too. Once this gets out into Clay County, if you have any family members here, I would strongly suggest tuning in with our sister station KSNT for the latest updates on this storm. So center of circulation right now is going to be a few miles. I think that's for a different storm.
That is
right
for the
there.
Washington one, I believe.
That
So
is
this area of circulation is right over Miltonville. It's making its way off towards the northeast. It does not look as well defined as earlier, and I wonder if that's because of the influence from the storm to the south of it, trying to make its way north. They're starting to get a little bit close together. Storms don't like that. That's when they start to form into more of a straight line wind threat. So I wonder if that's why our hook is trying to get a little bit more ragged, or if this storm's just cycling. If we look at our velocity product, or where those reds and greens mixing, not as bright as what we saw earlier. That's good news, meaning that we're not seeing as strong of rotation with this wall cloud that's moving towards Miltonville in Cloud County. The tornado warning remains in place through 3:30 p.m. Now it's going to make its way due to the northeast. It's going to move just to the south of Aurora, to the north of Brownsdale at this time. We are seeing dust storm warnings as winds pick up across western Kansas behind this boundary. Winds ahead of this front bringing in stronger winds, and that moisture and the inflow is feeding into these storms. But now as we're seeing more storms move there they go.
That's the new warning that's coming in as it
For
continues to
4:15.
push eastward until, and also capable of producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So this is until 4:15. That location of a potential tornado, this is radar indicated right now, but we've had a persistent and low-hanging, rather large wall cloud on this storm. It is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So it tried to do that easterly push a little bit, but now it's saying, I'm going to go a little bit more to the northeast. And
She made a good effort at it, though.
she did. She made a good effort at it. So this was located over Miltonvale, and the tornado warning, this is the new tornado warning for Cloud County, will stay active until 4:15. I don't think Cloud County is going to be under the warning the whole entire time until 4:15 because it's going to be well into Clay County at that time. But I'm also watching this other storm that is just to the south. So this is one tornadic supercell right here. But then I also have another one down here that is also starting to take on some additional shapes over toward Ottawa County of some of that structure that could produce a tornado. So I'll be watching this here. It looks like we have the hail core that's developing near the Sumnerville area, between Sumnerville over toward Lamar. Have the other hail core near Aurora, just to the north of Miltonvale. And this hail here could be as large as about maybe golf ball, maybe even 2 inches in diameter, because this storm right here is now starting to strengthen. No tornado warning on it, but this is also in an environment where things are still pretty good for tornadoes to form. And what's interesting is the fact that you already had one thunderstorm that was severe that moved through this area that prompted an earlier tornado warning. And look at the quick recovery, Lucy, because you have the next storm that's in line. Sometimes the atmosphere starts to get worked over, but the atmosphere says, oh no, I have plenty more strength. I have plenty more to go through in order to continue to produce severe weather. So hail is going to be the number one concern with this storm, but I'm also starting to see a little bit of a change with it, that this might also tend to go more tornadic. So just a heads up, let's be prepared just in case. Ottawa ×2, another image there. That one looks like it's starting to tighten up a little bit more.
And I did switch us to Hastings for that view.
Okay, and then take a look at the Hastings view when you look at it over toward Milton Vale, and you see this guy right up here.
She's wrapping.
So that's what's going to be pushing to the northeast. That'll be moving into Clay County. That's going to be moving out of eastern Cloud County, but also we need to watch this guy down here toward Ottawa County that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. That hail core continues to get stronger, and I'm also noticing that inflow notch is also becoming much more well-defined. That tells me that we may have a little bit of circulation in there that could lead to a tornado.
And you talked about how quickly the atmosphere was recovering. This southerly flow is just bringing more moisture in.
It's like candy that these storms are feeding off of.
Literally, it's just filling in the atmosphere with pixie sticks for these storms to go crazy with as they feed off of it. But that storm earlier, you would think it would use up all that energy and then move on, but the winds out of the south pulling that energy, just replenishing it, allowing for the next storm in line to stay just as strong as it moves into the same area. That means, honestly, to me, when I see that, I think flash flooding threat, because these storms are producing heavy rain, and if you see back to back to back chances of rainfall, this area also saw rain last night.
Yeah.
They were in a flash flood warning last night. So that's where my thought of concern goes to after these storms move through, that we could still be dealing with flash flooding as heavy rains move through this area. We need the moisture, but not all at once.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of questions from other folks in other parts of our viewing area, and we have such a large viewing area covering 77 counties among 3 states. And people in Wichita are wondering what's going to happen for me? What's going to happen in Pratt County? What are we looking at here? Right now, these are the 2 strongest storms that we have that are either in our viewing area or close to our viewing area. This guy is just about the way out. KSNT is going to continue to pick up on the coverage of this once it moves away from Cloud County, but this one down toward Ottawa County also looks like it has the potential to eventually lead to a tornado. So they have now had a severe thunderstorm warning on this. They're going to probably continue this until about 3:45. Maybe this is going to continue to get intensified up to the next level, which would be a tornado warning. So new tornado warning issued for the circulation near Milton Vale, moving northeastward with the persistent supercell. They continue to watch the video on this over toward Ottawa County. So this is our new tornado warning until 4:15. But there's also another one right here, Lucy.
Oh.
Right here. There's another tornado warning right here.
Yeah, we've got
So that's the one at 3:30
layers.
that goes away. And then you're starting to bleed like one tornado warning after another. So just to make sure that there's no confusion here, this tornado warning right here is not for this storm, correct? That is correct.
Correct.
So that one is going to be expiring in about 2.5 minutes. That's for this storm that's now on the way out. But the other storm that's on top of you right now, folks in Lamar are probably like, what's going on here? We have this tornado warning that expires at 3:30. That's the storm that's moving northeastward. This other storm here, that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. So, you don't have that level of intensity of a tornado warning. You have the severe thunderstorm warning over toward Ottawa County. The severe thunderstorm warning is going to stay in effect for a little bit longer. If we could put the marquee on the severe thunderstorm warning, Lucy, right over here, that will stay active until 3:45. So let's go ahead and zoom things out, and let's go ahead and touch base with all these thunderstorms that we have that we continue to monitor, because I know folks are concerned. The storm anxiety is extremely high on a day like today, and I get that. I get it. Wichita is not under a tornado watch at this time. These are the 2 separate tornado watches that we have active. In this red, this deep shaded red, this is a PDS tornado watch. Not too many of those in any given year are handed out. A PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation. This stays active until 8 p.m. This also includes Barton County and the Great Bend area. But once we get over here to Stafford County, over toward Pawnee County, points down to the south, including Comanche County, Pratt County is included in this, Barber County, we have Kiowa, we have Edwards, we have Pawnee, we have Ford, but we also have Clark counties. This is a separate tornado watch that will last until 10 p.m. Thunderstorms start off by themselves. They become individual. They have the greatest tornadic potential here. But then as you start to see other individual storms here, they are also going to be by themselves and could also have that tornadic potential, which is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has issued this separate tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. This includes Pratt. Folks that are watching in Pratt, folks that are watching in St. John, you have thunderstorms that are now beginning to take root. This one is going to be, let's go ahead and take a closer look at these storms here.
Set up for.
Yep, so we're going to switch away from the other radar sources that we have farther to the north.
I'm also going to turn off the watch.
And she's going to remove the watches here. We do not have any active warnings from near Larned, but Larned, this is probably going to be producing some small hail, at least some Ps for you. We have additional thunderstorms that are strengthening near the Spearville area over northeastern Ford County, southwestern Edwards County, and then over toward western Kiowa County. Nothing that is severe at this time, but you see how these are all by themselves. And if they continue to stay all by themselves, then that's going to be a problem. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service with the Storm Prediction Center have all agreed that this needs to be a tornado watch for this area. Why not a larger tornado watch? Well, it's because it's going to take some time before we can see these thunderstorms push a little bit farther to the south and also to the southeast. We will continue to keep you updated on the developments of all of these thunderstorms. We're now going to return you to regular programming, but we will be back as needed for any interrupts when it comes to these thunderstorms, and we will also be back right here on KSN News 3 at 4. Keep it right here with us, and also on all of our social media channels. We are streaming this live.
latest for us. Lisa, where are the biggest areas for concern right now?
North central, northeastern Kansas, back to the southwest. We have a PDS, and a PDS tornado watch is not issued that often. PDS standing for a particularly dangerous situation. This includes Barton County and the city of Great Bend, Salina. It does not include Hutchinson nor Wichita. This extends up toward Concordia and Manhattan. We've had tornado warnings so far for this afternoon, including previously Ottawa County, Lincoln County, and Cloud County. There are no active tornado warnings within our viewing area at this time. Back to the southwest, this is the most recent tornado watch, which includes Stafford County, Pratt County, down toward Barber County, but it also includes Ford County and Dodge City. The thunderstorms have been blossoming and building back in this direction and quickly becoming severe, and hail has been one of the primary concerns with these storms. We've already had golf ball size hail that has been reported with this northern storm to the northeast of Kinsley, but both of these severe thunderstorm warnings extend all the way back toward Ford County. So until 4:15, we're watching this one storm tracking to the northeast. Hail is going to be one of the biggies right here over toward the Lewis area. This is the storm that's had the history of producing golf ball size hail, but also we have the other severe thunderstorm warning, which just came in back to the south and to the southwest over toward, which does include Kinsley as well, over toward Overley. This is expected to last until 4:45. It includes Spearville. So these thunderstorms, they are trying to cluster together quickly. Once they cluster together, then it's going to turn into more of a damaging wind threat, but it's also going to take time for these thunderstorms to pass on through. That will increase our flooding risk. We also have thunderstorms building back toward Mineola, also Clark County in the tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. That's not good news because we still have had the wildfire concerns. We get some lightning, and as dry as it is, we may have additional wildfire problems in southwest Kansas. We go over toward Great Bend. New cell developing between Hoisington and Great Bend. Also tracking additional thunderstorms that continue to develop west of Salina and to the southeast of Ellsworth. These are not severe, but they do show some signs of strengthening. And then a little bit farther to the north, this storm is now starting to take on that classic signature that this may produce a tornado over here, over toward the Miltonvale area. This is the second storm this area has been impacted by. Right now, National Weather Service going with a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. We'll have to watch this closely because we may have a tornado that may be developing here just to the east-northeast of Lamar over toward the Miltonvale area. This will be tracking outside of the KSN viewing area. And we've had all of our storm chasers that have been out. We even have one storm chaser that is working with the Otis Project. They are researching tornadoes and sending drones into them. We also have our own staff here at KSN that's also monitoring these storms. I want to bring in meteorologist Jack Maney, who is going to be watching these storms from Storm Tracker 3 all throughout the evening near Great Bend. Jack.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're just watching these storms as they're starting to go up across portions of central Kansas. And we had a couple of storms that were really early starters and may have produced a couple of weak tornadoes off to the north and east from here. But we're watching this activity that's clustering near and east of Dodge City. There's one storm near Kinsley that's looking like it is definitely trying to get its act together. So as we continue to roll into this evening, yeah, that tornado threat, it'll continue ramping up. Conditions are only getting more favorable for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes as we go throughout the next few hours, and we'll be out here tracking it for you all throughout the evening. Lisa.
And speaking of that, we just had a brand new tornado warning that was issued for Ottawa County. And I mentioned that storm was looking more like it was going to be capable of producing a tornado. And we're going to get the details on that here. But as we go through this evening, remember, a watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to happen. A warning means that you need to take action now. So on the good side, the best places to go: a storm shelter, your FEMA safe room, your low-level interior room, and of course, a basement is best. Bad: exterior rooms, upper-level apartments, large open rooms, even gymnasiums that are not reinforced. And you never want to be in a mobile home. Find sturdy shelter. Manufactured homes are not a good place to be, along with vehicles and underneath overpasses. We saw a lot of people underneath the overpasses over the weekend. Lucy Dahl, who is with me this afternoon. And Lucy, tell us a little bit more when it comes to our breakdown. We've had a moderate risk today, and moderate risks are not handed out that often. We also have the enhanced risk, which means numerous severe thunderstorms are going to keep us busy tonight.
Lisa, no matter where you are across central and eastern Kansas, we have the threat for strong to severe storms in place for a lot of us through tonight into tomorrow. Now, as we step forward to look at the threats broken down, where the moderate risk is in place, that is where we have seen the highest risk for tornadoes, including Manhattan, Topeka, Emporia, Wichita, Hutch, and Salina. Now, if we step forward and get a look at where the highest threat is for hail, it's going to be much of the same area, up to baseball size or larger, as storms will be more isolated. They won't have to fight with each other. They could quickly take on supercell structure, producing tornadoes as well as large hail. Now, if we step forward and look at the wind gusts, almost all of us dealing with the concern for gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour mixed in with this line of storms. We'll continue to keep an eye on things as we move throughout the rest of the evening, as well as the tornado warning that's currently in place for Ottawa County. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Julia.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take this over so that way we can get you the details on the tornado warning that just came in for northeastern Ottawa County and southeastern Cloud County. This is Miltonvale. This is storm number 2 that has been capable of producing a tornado. And I mentioned moments ago that it was looking like it was gathering that classic signature on Doppler radar. National Weather Service agrees, and they have now issued the tornado warning. It is highlighted here in red, which tells us that this is radar indicated. Once this goes purple, and we have now had a confirmed tornado in Washington County, which is farther up this direction. It's going to be with our sister station, KSNT, but here over toward the Miltonvale area, this is where we are going to have that tornado. It is on the far southwest side, even though you can see it starting to team up with another thunderstorm back to the south of here and another one to the north. This is taking on that classic comma shape, that classic signature of a tornado. So this is going to be the tornado warning for Ottawa County. Ottawa County is right here. It is going to be to the east of Lamar. Lamar, you folks are not in the path of this. It's going to be over toward Miltonvale. Miltonvale over toward Browndale, Oak Hill, and also Idana. If I pronounce that incorrectly, I apologize, over toward Clay County. And this could head over toward Clay Center because it looks like Clay Center is also included in the polygon of this tornado warning. So this storm path right now, is it tracking east or northeastward? Okay, meteorologist Lucy Dahl is putting a storm track on this. Going anywhere from about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Sometimes they've been going northeastward. Sometimes they've been trying to take on more of an easterly jog. Anytime it takes on more of an easterly turn, that becomes what's known as a right turner. So the tornado warning expires at 5 p.m. It'll probably be lifted earlier than that for Ottawa County, but Clay County or Cloud County right here over toward Clay County will continue to stay under this through 5 p.m. So if you were in the path of this storm, Clay Center at about 4:31, Browndale at 4:15. Please make sure that you guys are in your tornado safe place. Miltonvale, you need to be in your tornado safe place for storm number 2 right now. The radar indications are definitely that this could be producing a tornado at any time. Lucy, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other features that we have on this storm. And there you go. You're looking for the reds. You're also looking for the greens. Reds are going to be the motion that's moving away from the Doppler radar. Green's going to be coming towards the Doppler radar. And we're starting to see some of this right about in this location here. So southwest of Browndale, near the Miltonvale area, please continue to use your tornado safety precautions. We're going to continue to keep you advised right here on KSN. So tornado warning in effect for northeastern, for rural locations of Ottawa County, and also over toward southeastern Cloud County, Clay County. Our sister stations, KSNT, based out of Topeka, will also be watching this storm rather closely. So if you have any family members in these locations, please make sure that you are also watching our sister station as this moves away from the KSNW side of things over toward KSNT's territory. Back over to you.
Lisa, thank you. Of course, we'll check back in with you soon. McConnell Air Force Base again relocated its KC-135 and KC-46 tankers to other military bases to prevent them from getting damaged. Aircraft staying there, are being stored in hangars on base. This is the 5th time in 3 months that McConnell has relocated its tankers because of weather concerns.
Well, preparing for severe weather, it's important today. Sedgwick County Emergency Management Director Julie Stimson says before the storms hit, the time to think about where you will go to take shelter is important because you may not have time later. And she says if you are somewhere without a basement, your best choice is your most interior room at the lowest level and away from windows. She says one of her biggest concerns today is the timing of these storms.
We have more than one way to receive information. If these occur overnight, when the TVs are off and things, we need to have those NOAA weather radios.
are thinking, please don't bring the hail, but there is a concern for some large hail with this. We've already had some hail concerns in southwest Kansas over toward the Kinsley area where a storm has been capable of producing and has produced some golf ball size hail. We go over toward Minneapolis, down to the south here, over toward New Cambria. This is going to be northern Saline County. This is what prompted a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45. This is going to be for the large hail concerns. That hail core to the south-southwest of Bennington, to the east of Culver, tracking to the northeast. Most of these storms have been pushing northeastward between 35 and 40 miles per hour. Back toward Larned, going to get some hail out of this, but these thunderstorms are also quickly starting to cluster together, and it's going to take some time for these thunderstorms to finally push southeastward. So if you get one thunderstorm after another, all lined up like the carts on a train, this is going to be a problem when it comes to some flooding. So we'll watch this storm rather closely. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Pawnee County until 4:45. Pawnee County is under a tornado watch. Watch means the conditions are favorable for tornadoes to happen. Then as we go farther down this stream here from Kinsley over toward Offerly and to the east of Spearville, rather large severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Ford County over toward Edwards County. This is also expected to last until 4:45 tonight. And then we also have additional thunderstorms that are developing. Another one northwest of Buckland, another one southwest of town, and another one over toward Ashland. I need to watch out for lightning here over toward Clark County because it is so dry. We get any lightning that could cause more wildfires, which Clark, Meade counties don't need. Looks like all the rain, though, is going to be pushing to the east of Meade County. I don't think it's going to be able to form over toward Meade County just because of the placement of where we have our low pressure center, where we have that dry line that separates hot, dry winds from the west to more of that moisture all throughout the central and eastern parts of the state. And where that moisture is getting siphoned straight into north central, northeastern Kansas, we have a PDS tornado watch. PDS standing for a particularly dangerous situation. We also have a tornado watch from Pratt County, Stafford County, over toward Medicine Lodge and Dodge City. This PDS watch lasts until 8 p.m. This tornado watch here will last until 10 p.m. We have our storm trackers that are all out that are monitoring these thunderstorms. Many of them have been up toward Miltondale, but we've also had others that have been farther back to the south-southwest, watching these new thunderstorms develop closer to this new tornado watch. I do want to bring in meteorologist Jack Maney, who is in Storm Tracker 3 watching these storms over toward the Great Bend area. Jack.
Hi, now we are in Great Bend looking off to the south, and we're starting to get into that storm on Kinsley. That's definitely still showing some signs of rotation, but it's looking a little bit disorganized, at least from my view here on radar, and we're a little ways away from the business end of this thunderstorm. But yeah, we are continuing to get deeper and deeper into those evening hours, and it's just going to be more and more of a tornado environment as we get closer to sunset. So we're going to continue to monitor these storms and see how they continue to evolve through the evening, and we'll be with it every step of the way. Over to you, Lisa.
All right, thank you. Meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. So I mentioned a PDS tornado watch, and he is in Barton County, which is included in the PDS watch. Stands for a particularly dangerous situation. These are not issued that often and issued when multiple strong tornadoes could occur in the watch area. Please make sure that you have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. We've already had tornado warnings. We've had one in effect for southeastern Cloud County, northeastern Ottawa County. Right now, you need to have your safety plan in place and make sure that you are staying weather aware. Remember the good, the bad, and the never places to seek shelter. Never seek shelter in a mobile home, a manufactured home, in your vehicle, or underneath a bridge or an overpass. One of the best places that you can be is in your basement. Getting underground is best. Putting many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. We are taking a live look with our Skyview camera in the Great Bend area. You can see the overcast skies. One of the things that was really noticeable in central and eastern Kansas is the uptick in humidity and just how thick the atmosphere is. This is the dry line. Out to the east of it is fair game for thunderstorms. And many of you have been commenting and asking because you guys have picked up on us talking about the cap. Yesterday we had such a strong cap in place. There's still a little bit of a cap across southern Kansas, but the cap is starting to break from the north down to the south, which is going to enhance more thunderstorms to develop. So these are where the thunderstorms are. You can actually trace the line with our satellite and visible product, our visible satellite back to the southwest. We even have cumulus clouds. This is that moisture that is just screaming from the south to the north throughout the central parts of the state. Behind the cold front, significantly colder. we've heated up to 94 in Hutchinson, 96 in Medicine Lodge, and even 91 in Wichita. Our dew points well through the 60s, close to 70 in Salina, Wichita, Ark City. We do have the 70s in Manhattan and Emporia. So as a lot of these thunderstorms move into northeastern Kansas, they are going to become even stronger. Fire weather warnings in effect through 10 p.m. tonight for the southwest. Desperately need some moisture here, but we need to watch for any spark that could create a wildfire. 5 p.m. tonight, thunderstorms. They are driving from north central back to the southwest. When does this start to move over toward Hutchinson? What about Wichita? Probably between 7 and 8 p.m. in Hutchinson, still to the northwest of Wichita, moving through Pratt at that time. Wichita is going to get in on this between 8 and 10 p.m. tonight. At this time, this is going to be some pretty heavy rains, and it's going to take forever before this finally crosses on through. Yesterday, last night, many places in north central Kansas got hit with a lot of rainfall. That's caused some flooding. I think we're going to continue to see more flooding problems in south central into eastern Kansas, even the north central parts of the state for the rest of tonight. Our severe storm outlook, this is the moderate risk. This is where you have a better chance of all forms of severe weather, baseball-size hail. You could also get some strong tornadoes. We could also have development back to the south-southwest in the enhanced risk area. We also have a high wind alert, a wind advisory cutting through the core of Kansas. This is what's bringing in the moisture. This will stay in effect until 10 p.m. tonight to count for winds gusting up to about 45 miles per hour. Next 7 days for Wichita, south central Kansas, upper 60s. We're cooling behind this front. Back to the 70s on Thursday, upper 70s on Friday, and 80s this weekend. Later this week, Thursday and Friday, some of the showers, some of the thunderstorms that build in from the west, some of these thunderstorms could be a little bit stronger. We could have some hail and also high winds, especially in western Kansas on Thursday, and then pushing farther to the east the remainder of the week. In north central Kansas, mid-60s Tuesday and Wednesday, upper 60s on Thursday. That's a big change from the 90s that we've had here recently. And our thunderstorms, while they are taking a bit of a break tomorrow with cloudy skies, they will come back later this week, but not to the magnitude of what we are faced with today. Southwest Kansas, looks like you're also going to get in on some of these showers and thunderstorms Wednesday night into Thursday and Friday, possibly even Saturday. Highs will take a detour to the 60s with the 80s this weekend. Northwest Kansas, lower 60s on Wednesday, mid 60s on Thursday. We're gradually warming through week's end with here and there showers and a few thunderstorms. Wednesday and Thursday looks best. Rain chances will drop off on Friday and Saturday. Sunday and Monday, mid to upper 80s and lower 90s. Jeff, Julia.
Lisa, thank you. Still to come here at 4, use it or lose
north and to the northeast of Niles to the Manchester, Longford, Vine Creek, over toward Industry. Please be in your tornado safe place. Moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is also capable of producing some golf ball size hail. This is going to be where we have that golf ball size hail now starting to approach Vine Creek, but where you get some of the largest is now a direct shot to the east of Bennington, pushing northeastward at about 48 miles per hour. So the hail core will be moving over toward Manchester. It's also going to be moving over toward Vine Creek. We're going to continue to monitor developments with this. Here inside the Weather Center, we also have multiple crews that are out. We have multiple storm chasers that are in this location monitoring this storm. And we also have our own meteorologist, Jack Maney, who is watching the southern extent of this line over toward the Barton County area. Barton County under a PDS tornado watch. If we could switch over to our tornado watches that are in effect, there's two different ones within the KSN viewing area. The PDS, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation, this will stay in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. This includes where we have Dickinson County and the tornado warning that is currently active. This also includes Saline County and Salina down toward McPherson County, Rice County, and Barton County. Once you drop down toward Stafford County, Edwards, Pawnee counties, this is going to be a tornado watch. So a particularly dangerous situation. Not too many of those are ever issued in any given year. It's just because we have all the ingredients that these are producing some tornadoes. We've had tornado touchdowns to the northeast of our viewing area, and we're continuing to monitor that one storm that has prompted a tornado warning for northwestern Dickinson County. We'll also monitor other thunderstorms capable of large hail that could become tornadic in southwest Kansas. Back over to you. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and continue to stay with this here. Lucy, let's go ahead and go back over to storm tracker radar here, and let's go ahead and go through all the different storms that we have. This is going to be where we have our hail core from Vine Creek down. Now we have a new update, now starting to clip into northwestern Dickinson County. Pretty soon this is going to be outside of the KSN viewing area. This is going to be shifting away from the Wells area. Wells over toward Bennington. You folks are now in the clear as this has now started to push off to the east of you. Weak but close to the ground. We have the potential to see Jacob Honeycutt's, his feed's not looking that good. Could we maybe get him on the phone so that way we could talk with him, please, as a phoner? Lucy, so we're going to start on the northeastern side of this line, and we're going to continue to work back down to the south-southwest. Tornado warning in effect for Dickinson County here. Dickinson County, but we also have over here towards Ottawa County, so eastern Ottawa County over toward northwestern Dickinson County. Dickinson County is right here. Then this is going to be passing over toward Clay County, which is just outside of our viewing area. So this will be just about outside of the KSNW viewing area, and our sister station KSNT out of Topeka will be picking this up for this area. As we go back down this line where we can see where we do have that good circulation, it's going to be over toward Manchester and Vine Creek of where we have the circulation that could produce a tornado. And I do believe we have some information from Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers who is out in the field. He has been seeing some development here, and I need to get him on the phone as soon as possible so that way we can get an update from him as to how this is playing out here. So we have the tornado warning for Ottawa County for a few more minutes until 5:15. We also have Dickinson County and the northwestern part of Dickinson County until 5:15. This is going to be passing to the north-northwest of Buckeye. This is also going to stay to the north of the Abilene area, so no immediate threat for those locations. Over toward Minneapolis, you now have the storms that are to the east of you. Severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Ottawa County. We drop down here over towards Salina and Saline County. Looks like we have a storm that's now starting to move in towards Saline County and the town of Salina. And Lucy, how large is this hail with this over towards Salina?
Currently, it's warned for a $half sized hail, but they've been talking in the National Weather Service chat about concerns for this storm developing quickly, producing a larger hail core as it moves into the city proper at this time. It's also warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they're also starting to see that hail core, as we can see here, right on top of the city of Salina.
Hail core right on top of Salina, and that's not good news because of the hailstorm that we had a few weeks ago. The mall, for example, there has not been able to recover from this just because you know, it was so much hail that had happened in the middle of the night and large hail that it did a lot of damage. As we continue to drop farther to the south on this line, we have two different severe thunderstorm warnings for Saline County. One is the northern part until 4:45. The second part is going to be basically splitting Salina in half. The southern part of Saline County until 5:15. We drop farther to the south over toward Lindsborg. Lindsborg, you are under the PDS tornado watch. Watch meaning that conditions are favorable for severe weather to happen. The storms that are over toward Marquette, stretching back toward Galt, those are not severe, but those are now starting to pulse back up. We'll continue to watch additional thunderstorms back over towards southwest Kansas, over towards Stafford County. This storm is picking up. Looks like we also have additional thunderstorms back toward Pawnee County, Edwards County. Large hail, main concerns with these, but you are also under a tornado watch. Lucy.
I was going to say that the storms in southwest Kansas have been mainly producing large hail at this time. They're warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but the ground truth we've been seeing, golf ball-sized hail, half-dollar-sized hail, quarter-sized hail, anything within that range. They all are mostly warned for golf ball-sized hail to half-dollar-sized hail, but we've also seen a few warnings for ping-pong-sized hail mixed in there as well. So that's about the range of the hail cores. They have not started to take on much rotation yet. I think they're a little bit too clustered together, too on top of each other, but if they can spread out a bit, that's when we'll start to see that tornado threat come back in for these particular storms across southwest Kansas.
All right, so we have switched over to our hail products. We have one hail core that's to the south of Garfield, one to the east of Lewis. We have another one between Kinsley and Hodges. We have another one that is to the south of Offerley. The reason why we do have the severe thunderstorm, just one severe thunderstorm warning after another. That one goes until 4:45 for Edwards County on the western part, 5:15. They've now removed the one on the western part of the county, so this is a rather large severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Edwards over toward Pawnee. This also includes Stafford County until 5:15, and it's going to be for multiple hail cores. We'll still need to watch these storms rather closely. And another thing we have to watch out for are thunderstorms that are developing ahead of this line. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Comanche County, storm that's to the east of Coldwater, south of Wilmore. We have another cell that is developing northeast of Lexington that is also strengthening, but it is not severe at this time. You get any of these thunderstorms that will develop ahead of this main line, and you need to watch those because they're going to have the elbow room to move with in order to produce tornadic development. Let me switch things back over, go back over toward Topeka, and we will briefly touch on this one storm from northwestern Dickinson County. This is the tornado warned storm for Dickinson County until 5:15. This also includes eastern Ottawa County. Lucy.
We have gotten an update on that particular tornado warning. It's now warned for golf ball sized hail moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. It's located right near Manchester. It is not visible yet. It's still radar indicated, but I do believe that it's slowed down a bit compared to the last update we had. This area of rotation looking a little bit messy from Topeka's radar site. It's not as tight as what we saw earlier. Still trying to see that hook right in there, though, as it crosses from Ottawa County. I believe that's right on the county line, moving into the northwest corner of Dickinson County. Not a lot of hail being seen here from this radar site, but we have seen some of that reflect. You can see that notch, Lisa, in that inflow boundary right to the south of Manchester.
So if we draw this in, when you're talking about the inflow, this is where you have winds. Up, just got a new update there. Let me go ahead and erase that here.
Looks a bit more ragged in that latest one.
Yeah, it's not as well defined as it was a little while ago, but it's trying in this part of our viewing area. So you have winds that are coming together, that are coming in from this direction, that are just basically feeding on all the moisture. And as I mentioned in my main weather forecast about 30 minutes ago, this is going to be moving into an area that has richer moisture, which means it's probably going to intensify. And we've noticed that with a lot of the other thunderstorms farther to the northeast, that these have continued to amplify and produce tornadoes. So it's going to keep trying, it's going to keep trying. But right now we need the folks that are in northwestern Dickinson County over toward the Manchester area to be in your tornado safe place. Pretty soon, the tornado warning for eastern Ottawa County is going to be lifted. That's because the main portion of the storm system that's capable of producing the tornadic development is clipping northwestern Dickinson County, and as this continues on its track into southern Clay County is going to pick up the tornado warning, which will be covered by our sister station KSNT. I know that folks are watching us here in northern Dickinson County. I've been to Dickinson County many times to talk to school groups, but right now this is going to be passing to the north of the Abilene area in northwestern Dickinson County over toward industry. So from Manchester to industry over toward Longford, continue to use your tornado safety precautions. Let's take a closer look here at Manchester because that circulation is going to be just to the southwest of you. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our other products here to see if we...
Lisa, we do have an update from the National Weather Service in Topeka on this storm. They're saying that right now it looks like broader rotation, but they're concerned about the track of the storm. It's starting to move more east-northeast as opposed to north-northeast. And that does seem like a minor thing, but once you get those right-moving storms moving due east, that's when they can really start to intensify. So that's something to watch with this storm as it continues to make its way to the north.
Yeah, and it's going to be moving into much better ingredients here in order to continue to produce that. So this is switching over to our Barron button. This also allows us to take a look at our hail, northwestern Dickinson County. Just to the west of the Manchester area, we have some pretty large hail that's going to be coming into town. So the hail core will be pushing east of Ottawa County and into northwestern Dickinson County. But right now it is Manchester that needs to be using your tornado safety precautions. This is a look from the radar that is coming in from Topeka, and you can definitely see where we have that couplet that's going to be, you know, pretty close to Manchester.
Right on Camp Road.
Yep,
Also
right there.
on Barn Road, Daisy Road, that area. That is right where that is.
Yep, so this is Barn Road on the west side, this is Camp Road, this is Daisy Road, and then this is Deer Road that is going to be over to the east. And then you can follow it over toward Eden Road, to Gulf Road, and also Hawk Road. But the path of this, you said it is taking more of that easterly track, which is not good because that tells us that it's starting to ingest a lot of that moisture and could potentially produce this tornado. But it looks like it may be competing with this next guy in line that's over toward Niles. And then we have the additional thunderstorms that are coming up from Saline County over toward New Cambria, over toward Smolin, over toward Assyria. Lucy.
Those storms that are in Salina, we were getting reports in that the hail is starting to pick up. The biggest report I've seen so far is penny-sized hail. Now, they are warned for about anywhere from the northern storm in Saline County is warned for $50 sized hail. The southern storm is going to be for about golf ball sized hail. And we are seeing an uptick in that at the moment. So that is moving into the area. And we're also getting reports of hail coming in to Dickinson County. And we're also getting the tornado watch now extended into Kingman and Reno County.
Okay, so let's go back over to our watch product here. That has not hit our system, but we have to wait for the county by county from the National Weather Service. It has now hit, so Kingman and Reno County should be lighting up here.
I cannot tell
soon.
if that is going to be, it is
not the PDS.
Not the PDS, that's
so
what I was
it is
wondering.
going to be the regular tornado watch for Reno County, including the city of Hutchinson and Kingman County, which includes the city of Kingman. Sedgwick County, the city of Wichita, Newton, and the county, Harvey County, not included in this, along with Harper County on the Kansas side. But Harper County in Oklahoma has now been extended. So they've expanded this down to the south into parts of western Oklahoma. And when we were going through our analysis, when we were taking a look at where these thunderstorms were going to be, the tornado watch.
The tornado watch for Harper County, that is its own tornado watch. It's not an extension, and that goes until midnight. Just clarification, semantics at this point, but that is going to include a large portion of Oklahoma with it.
Okay, and as we bring you up to the current time on this one, it's not highlighting the Reno County and Kingman County extension of this
Lagging
just yet, but it is lagging behind a little bit.
It has hit, if you're watching us on, if you're watching on Facebook Live, it is properly indicated on the larger view of the state that's on the left side of your screen. But we're looking like, that storm over Salina, the south side of Salina, is now rapidly intensifying. They're not going to trim the warning yet because they're seeing more storms move into that same area.
Okay, copy that. If I could communicate with the booth, a little bit of inside baseball here. Has anybody been able to communicate with Storm Tracker Jacob Honeycutt out in the field? Okay, if you guys could please keep trying to contact him, because I know he has been in this area keeping an eye on the storm, and I know from the latest update from him that he was actually in where the hook echo was associated with this. So if you guys can continue to reach out to him so we could get him as a phoner, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. So tornado warning stays in effect for Dickinson County until 5:15. Storm will be pushing eastward. Looks like it's going to be pushing eastward right across the northern parts of Dickinson County. And looking at our shear rate, it is still relatively weak. It has not ticked up into the moderate or the strong category just yet, but still indicating that we do have that rotation that's going to be pretty much right on top of or now starting to push just to the east of the Manchester area. There's also some large hail. Large hail is now pushing away from Ottawa County and going to be cruising right across the northern parts of Dickinson County. So continue to use your tornado safety precautions in Manchester over toward Industry and Longford. This continues to move over northern Dickinson County. This is within our viewing area. We're going to continue to stay with you on this one. And once this moves out of our viewing area, it is going to be our sister station, KSNT out of Topeka, that will be picking up this coverage. I'm going to switch back over. I know this looks a little messy. You have one supercell after another that's all lined up. And the tornado warning that is highlighted here in red, which will go from Clay County over toward northwestern Dickinson County, just about eastern Ottawa County is going to be lifted from this as the main circulation is hugging the Clay and also the Dickinson County line, pushing eastward here. The other thunderstorms farther to the south, and I'll switch over to a different Doppler radar, moving away from Topeka, moving over toward Wichita. I know it looks a little smeared, but hail is going to be one of the main concerns over toward New Cambria, now pushing to the northeast of the Salina area. And we also have more hail that is going to be approaching from the west over toward this area. These two storms that are over Saline County, even though you folks are under the PDS tornado watch, I am not seeing any type of tightening or any type of circulation that could be conducive, that could become a tornado. Right now, the main concern is going to be the storm in northern Dickinson County that has this notch right here in this location, which is going to be pretty close to First Road and also the intersection, the junction of Eden Road and also First Road, and it is tracking to the east. Pretty soon, this is going to be to the east of the Manchester area and approaching the Industry location. This is going to be also closer to where we have the county line of Clay County and also northern Dickinson County. So this just needs to move a little bit farther to the north, and Dickinson County will be lifted from this tornado warning. They have not lifted the tornado warning just yet for eastern Ottawa County. They are letting it go until 5:15. We have that other portion of the storm that's coming up from the southwest. That's going to be producing hail. That's not going to be producing something that is of a tornadic signature. You go over toward the Manchester to Industry area, that's going to be the place of most concern. Lucy.
Lisa, they are talking about, I believe that's the more northern storm though, now that I'm looking at it. They continuing the tornado warning that's going to be in effect for Clay, Marshall, Riley, Washington. That's all north. That storm is looking very well defined at this moment. Our southern storm, though, the one that is in place for Dickinson County, I'm not quite seeing as good of rotation as we were seeing moments ago. It looks really broadened out to me, unless that's a new area of rotation trying to form a little bit more towards the north there. If I am correct. I know it's not looking like it on shear rate, but on velocity there, I was trying to pick up on a little area of rotation, moving to the northern portion here as we go for Dickinson County. Okay, they have dropped Ottawa County out of the warning. We are going to see this storm continue to make its way to the northeast at 35 miles per hour, producing ping pong ball sized hail.
Okay, so they've now shifted the track a little bit more to the northeast as opposed to the east. We've seen that movement happen with these storms for this afternoon into this evening, that they've continued to do that kind of a track. But it still looks like this is a storm that we're going to continue to follow. We're going to continue to stay on top of and continue to give you updates here on KSN throughout this evening. This is just one of many thunderstorms and one of a longer night that we're going to continue to keep you guys informed. So a tornado warning stays in effect until 5:15 for Dickinson County, and we have several tornado watches that are lined up from northeastern Kansas back to the southwest. In the red, a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation. In the yellow, that is a regular tornado watch. Also down toward Harper County in Oklahoma, we have another tornado watch. That one's going to last a little bit longer.
Through midnight.
That's through midnight, but the one that has been expanded, which now includes Reno County and the city of Hutchinson, Kingman County and the city of Kingman, that is going to go until 10 p.m. tonight. We're going to continue to keep you advised. We'll be back right after this break.
Your forecast first with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by X Services.
We are staying on top of severe weather. Tornado warning still in effect for northwestern Dickinson County. Storms tracking more to the northeast, as you can see here. At times, the circulation's been pulsing up, but then it's been pulsing down, but it's competing with other thunderstorms that are lined up just to the southwest. Dickinson County, the northwestern parts of the county, staying under a tornado warning until 5:15 for this evening. We also have additional severe thunderstorms that have continued to fire up over southwest Kansas. So far over southwest Kansas between Great Bend and Dodge City, those have been primarily hailers. They've been producing some pretty large hail up to the size of golf balls. Two different tornado watches in effect for the KSN viewing area. We have a PDS tornado watch, which is indicated in the deeper shades of red, including the cities of Concordia, Manhattan, Salina, back toward Great Bend. In the yellow, two other tornado watches. Harper County in Oklahoma is under one, but we also have the tornado watch in yellow from Dodge City to Pratt and Medicine Lodge. Within the last half hour, Hutchinson, Reno County, along with Kingman and also Kingman County have been added to that watch. That watch is going to go until 10 p.m. The PDS watch in the deeper shades of red goes until 8 p.m. So we still have several more hours before all these thunderstorms start to align. And once they start to move into a line, it will become a damaging wind threat. But I do also think that we're still going to have the potential for some tornadoes. It's just at that time the tornadic threat is going to start to drop and flooding concerns will start to rise. For this evening, thunderstorms starting to approach the Wichita area after 7 p.m. through the early overnight. By tomorrow, it's going to be a big cool down. We're tracking where each of these thunderstorms are heading to next. Coming up in your Storm Track 3 forecast, your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 at 5.
We've got all kinds of activities going on, so no matter where we are, have that pause of where is that safe shelter? What am I going to be doing tonight if these storms come through?
Certainly a day to be weather aware. Large chunk of Kansas under a moderate risk for severe storms, large hail, strong winds, tornadoes on the table tonight. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jeff Herndon.
And I'm Julia Thatcher. Tornado warnings have already been issued today and more could come this afternoon.
Yeah, there are two watches in place stretching from the Oklahoma state line to Nebraska. I want to show you one that's up north. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman's been talking about it all day today. It's only issued when multiple strong tornadoes could happen in that particular area.
And while the storms continue to develop, emergency management says it is important to stay diligent.
I really want people to take this seriously. It just takes one storm, regardless of how many times that we did not have tornadoes when they predicted it. It doesn't matter. Today's a new day. This is a new storm system. So we need people to take those warnings and stay alert and take the recommendations seriously.
And we do have team coverage tonight. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman and meteorologist Lucy Dollar tracking the radar in the Storm Track 3 Weather Center. Meteorologist Jack Maney and storm chaser Jacob Honeycutt have eyes on the skies.
I want to begin our coverage now with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. Lisa?
Let's go ahead and break this down. You mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, and I mentioned it as well, PDS. Not too many of those are handed out in any given year for a particularly dangerous situation. In the deeper shades of red from southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, back toward Barton County and the town of Great Bend. This also includes McPherson County, Rice County, over toward Marion County, Wichita, Sedgwick County, Harvey County, not in the mix just yet. We're going to have to watch these thunderstorms closely off to the west of us. We also have this tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. Most recently added, Reno County and Kingman County, Pratt County, Medicine Lodge, back toward Ford County and Dodge City included in the mix. And until midnight, we now have Harper County in the Oklahoma Panhandle under a separate tornado watch. All these thunderstorms are lining up like the carts of a train, and pretty soon they're going to be pushing down to the south-southeast. We've had large hail concerns. We've also had a few tornado warnings. We still have this tornado warning that's in effect for the northern parts of Dickinson County. At times, we've seen the center of circulation begin to pulse up, but we have not had any reports of any tornadoes within the KSN viewing area. But we have had some pretty large wall clouds, and wall clouds that are literally almost scraping the ground. As we go back to the southwest, over toward Edwards County, Pawnee County, over toward Stafford Woodward County, you can actually see where these hail cores are. The pinks jump out at you. That's going to be some larger hail, hail up to the size of golf balls, one of the primary concerns. We have this large severe thunderstorm warning in effect from Kinsley over toward Lewis, Larned, Maxville over toward St. John, Pawnee Rock. This is going to stay in effect until 5:15. We also have some competitors down here over toward Kiowa County, over toward Greensburg. We have thunderstorms that are flaring up. These thunderstorms at this time are not severe. Go farther to the south. We have more thunderstorms that are developing across the northern parts of Comanche County on back toward the northern parts of Clark County. The problem with Clark County is we also have a fire weather warning in effect. We don't need any thunderstorms that will produce any lightning because that may only cause more insult to injury because of all the fires that we have in that part of our viewing area. We go over toward Rice County and also over northwestern Reno County. This storm is tracking to the northeast. This severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 5:45 for tonight. Getting over towards Saline County, 2 separate severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is pretty much done because the storms are now out of here. But if you look down here south of Salina and to the east, we have multiple areas where hail will be reaching the surface, anywhere from Mentor over toward Assyria and close to the New Cambria area over toward Solomon. And then we also have other thunderstorms that are now starting to push to the east of Ottawa County. Ottawa County has just been in and out of all of these different tornado warnings so far for this evening, but now it is definitely northern Dickinson County. Center of circulation now pushing to the east-northeast of the Manchester area. This also extends up toward Clay County, and it also is going to be for our sister station KSNT based out of Topeka that will be picking up coverage here because this is where KSNW covers, this is where KSNT covers. If you have any family members that are in these areas, please make sure you give them a call, not a text, that they are watching this rather closely so that way they can get to their tornado safe place. So we're going to be watching this rather closely. We also have meteorologist Jack Meany in Storm Tracker 3 for a closer look at what to expect. And you, the latest look we had for you, Jack, you were actually in Barton County. How are the storms looking from your perspective?
Hi, Lisa. Yeah, we've been on the northern end of this line of thunderstorms in Barton County, now getting into Rice County. We're heading over towards Lyons, and what we're seeing right now is pretty diffuse and pretty tough to make out exactly what we've been seeing with these thunderstorms in that forward flank region where a lot of the rain's coming down. We have been seeing some pretty frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, some positive strokes that kind of sound like cannon fire with their louder thunder. That's kind of a sign that these storms are really breathing in a lot of strong instability. And also, I'm starting to see on radar presentation that storm that's coming in to portions of Rice County, western Reno County. That's going to be trying to break out from that cluster of thunderstorms to the southwest. Looks like it's pretty outflow dominant right now, but if that manages to get a little more elbow room, I'd be watching that one for maybe some tornadic potential going forward because the environment is only getting more and more conducive for tornadoes as we go deeper into the evening. So, Lisa, we're going to be staying up with this thing and continuing to keep you updated here from the field. Back over to y'all in the studio.
All right, so several hours. Remember, you're good, you're bad, and you're never places to take shelter from tornadoes. The best places, a storm shelter, a FEMA safe room, the lowest level of your house. Get as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. Basement is best. Never a mobile home, a manufactured home in vehicles or underneath overpasses. And meteorologist Lucy Dahl, over the weekend, we saw a lot of folks that were underneath overpasses. They were trying to seek shelter because of the hail. You're taking a look at the moderate risk, and not too many moderate risks are ever handed out in any year.
No, Lisa, they're very rare and they're very specific in the criteria because today is a day to stay weather aware. All the ingredients are in place for severe weather to come together with all hazards possible. The moderate risk for a large portion of the region from Manhattan up towards portions of Missouri, back towards Wichita and Hutch. That's also where we have the highest tornado probability. We've seen several tornado warnings so far today, and that will continue into this evening as storms track into a region that is just pooling and ready with moisture to fuel any storm that starts to get going. We're also dealing with the potential for large hail up to baseball in size for the areas in red. Again, almost the same area that's included within that moderate risk, but stretching a little bit more towards the south, towards the Oklahoma state line. And our strong wind potential stays with us through the rest of the evening as winds gusting upwards of 70 miles per hour at times will be possible with any storm that forms. And this threat does take us into the rest of the night and into early tomorrow morning, so make sure you're staying weather aware well into the later half of this evening. We'll continue to keep you updated with the storm track for the next several hours coming up in your Storm Track 3 forecast. Julia?
Lucy, thank you. You at home can stay weather aware as severe weather moves into your area by downloading our free Storm Track 3 weather app. You will get the latest alerts from our team of meteorologists and the most accurate hour-by-hour forecast. Also, you can watch continuous severe weather coverage outside of our newscast on the KSN Plus app. It is free to download on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, and Samsung TV.
Solving crimes across the country in Wichita. Coming up, WSU partners with the ATF on a new program to bring justice to gun violence victims.
Plus, a Wichita nonprofit gives first-generation students support while they strive for higher education.
You're watching KSN News 3 with Jeff Herndon, Julia Thatcher, and Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman.
Welcome back. A new federal partnership aims to support forensic investigators by addressing a workforce shortage. The Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Agency worked with the Midwest Criminal Justice Institute to open the ATF Forensic Crime Gun Intelligence Laboratory.
Yeah, this lab is on Wichita State's Innovation Campus, and it specializes in collecting, managing, and analyzing gun evidence. Leaders say it will help forensics professionals not just in Kansas, but across the country.
The partnership here with Wichita State fills a critical gap, not only to provide the basic educational training, but also, as you heard the Attorney General also talk about, a hands-on opportunity to learn how to do the work.
It will not be very long before a law enforcement official across the country will be taking a fingerprint, a ballistic representation, and say, send it to Kansas, send it to Wichita, because that's where they have the capabilities to help us solve this crime.
The lab will work in conjunction with 2 other ATF buildings already on campus. We'll be right back.
and Lyons. Severe thunderstorm warning issued until 5:45. This also has some hail with it. This is where we find meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3, keeping a close eye on the storm as it's coming in from the west. Jack, give us an update.
Hi, Lisa. Yeah, right now we're near Lyons and we're looking at this storm. We're on the forward side of it, and what I'm seeing on radar from this thunderstorm is that we're looking like a pretty outflow dominance presentation. Right now we're a little too far away to really confirm that with our eyes, but we can definitely tell that this storm's producing a lot of lightning. There's definitely going to be some hail with it, but right now it looks like the rotation is just a little bit disorganized. It would be mainly looking like a hail threat with this thunderstorm, at least in the short term, but as it continues moving east, that environment does get a little bit better and more supportive, so we're going to continue to monitor this storm as it continues to truck along off to the east. Right now we're pretty close to Lyons, and we'll be heading over into northern portions of Reno County shortly. Lisa?
All right, so I know Jack's going to be staying on top of this from Storm Tracker 3, watching this storm that's coming up from the west, southwest. Additional thunderstorms right on top of St. John and Stafford County. Another severe thunderstorm warning. You look real closely here, you can actually see these deeper shades of red. This is going to be some hail core. So we have some hail that is now to the east of St. John, another hail core that's to the west of Stafford, another one to the southeast of Maxfield. Live look outside from Pratt, looking to the north. You can see the ominous sky of that line of thunderstorms that is tracking through southwestern Kansas. We also have another hail core northeast of Greensburg. These are not severe, but we are continuing to monitor all of these thunderstorms because this is the location within the tornado watch. We have multiple tornado watches from Iowa, northwestern Missouri, southeastern Nebraska. Look at this deeper shade of red. This is a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation. Not all tornado watches are given this. It's just because you know that there's going to be the potential for tornadoes and strong and long-tracked tornadoes. North central, northeastern Kansas. Within the KSN viewing area, we have not had any reports of tornadoes, but we still have that tornado warning in effect for northern Dickinson County over toward northwestern Geary County that will last until 5:45 tonight. We also have this other tornado watch recently expanded over toward Reno County, Kingman County, back toward Clark County. Looks like they have now lifted Ford County where Dodge City is. That's because the main storm system is now starting to push to the east. We have Harper County in Oklahoma under a separate tornado watch. That will go until midnight. But look at how these are all lining up from Nebraska over toward northwestern Missouri, arcing back to the southwest. It's going to take a few hours for this line to push closer to the Wichita area. The dry line that separates more moisture to the east and also drier winds to the south-southwest. This is why we have fire weather warnings that are in effect for southwestern Kansas. Look at our temperatures. 96 in Liberal compared to 75 in Garden City. We're in the upper 40s in McCook and Goodland. 92. We're cooking in Wichita. We also have plenty of moisture. You feel it. This is the candy these thunderstorms love to feast on. And as these thunderstorms move into northeastern Kansas, they're going to have even more to work with. Fire weather warnings still in effect to the southwest through 10 p.m. tonight, Dodge City included. 5 o'clock this evening, bringing you through the overnight. See how this congeals into a slow-moving line. We'll still have severe thunderstorm warnings through early tonight and potentially tornado warnings, but this is all going to go over to a flooding concern as we go from south central into eastern Kansas with heavy amounts of rainfall. Next 7 days for Wichita, south central Kansas, we cool upper 60s Tuesday and Wednesday, warming up at the end of the work week. More chances for thunderstorms Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Some storms could be strong to severe. North central Kansas, mid 60s Tuesday and Wednesday, 70s by Friday. Thunderstorms are back Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday plus Saturday. Once we get deeper into this week, into the weekend, we'll have more instability, more juice to work with. While tomorrow we get a break in southwest Kansas, I think you are going to see some of these thunderstorms Wednesday and Thursday, but most of those should be relatively weak, not like the thunderstorms we're faced with today. Northwest Kansas, storms returning Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 60s through Thursday, 80s this weekend. Jeff, Julia.
Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by X Services.
Large hail, damaging winds, and the threat for tornadoes. We are tracking it all here this evening. We have multiple tornado watches that are in effect and will continue to stay in effect for many hours. Pretty much all of the thunderstorms that are on this line have become severe. We have primarily damaging winds and large hail. There are active tornadoes and tornado touchdowns that are happening right now over northeastern Kansas, just outside of the KSN viewing area. We have a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation from Great Bend and Barton County through Salina, Manhattan, and Concordia. Other tornado watches just to the west of the Wichita area through 10 p.m. tonight. In your forecast first, storms will be approaching between 7 and 10 p.m. Storms will eventually turn over to a heavy rain threat that could cause more flooding. Where the strongest of the thunderstorms are moving to next, and also what these storms are capable of early this evening as they do move across the prairie. It's all ahead in your Storm Track 3 forecast. Your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 at 6.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jeff Herndon.
And I'm Julia Thatcher. Severe weather hitting portions of the state tonight. 2 tornado warnings are issued starting at the Oklahoma state line and running northeast to Nebraska.
We do have team coverage tonight. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman and meteorologist Lucy Dahl are in the Storm Track 3 Weather Center, keeping a close eye on all of the storms tonight. Meteorologist Jack Maney, he is out in the field. I want to begin with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. Lisa, what are you seeing on the radar right now?
Well, let's go through all the different watches, right? Because every single thunderstorm that has developed from Nebraska into Iowa back toward Kansas has become severe and is maintaining severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no active tornado warnings at this time. We did have one for Geary County. That expired a little while ago. We have a PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation. Only a few of these are ever handed out. Rarely are they handed out. This includes Salina, Saline County, up toward Cloud County, and Concordia, Manhattan, back toward Barton County and the Great Bend area. We also have a separate tornado watch in the yellow. This stays until 10 p.m. The PDS tornado watch expires at 8 p.m., but this tornado watch has been expanded over toward Reno and Kingman counties. It does not include Wichita nor Sedgwick County nor Harvey County at this time, and a different tornado watch for Harper County in Oklahoma lasts until midnight. Look at this line of thunderstorms. Where you see these purple polygons, those are confirmed tornado warnings. Closer look at Junction City toward Manhattan. Just to the north of Manhattan, we have one tornado warning. We have thunderstorms that are capable of producing at least 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also hail to the size of quarters through Dickinson County, Geary County. We also have these additional thunderstorms moving into western McPherson County, slicing through not only Rice County, but also into Reno County over towards Stafford County, also northern Pratt County, back to the southwest, including Haviland in northeastern Kiowa County. All of these thunderstorms are also capable of producing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. There will also be some areas of embedded hail. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3, who is watching these thunderstorms come in from the southwest. Jack.
Hi, Lisa. Right now, we're in Hutchinson, and we're looking at what look to be some pretty scary-looking clouds. This is looking north. We're on the western sides of Hutchinson, and you can kind of see that almost looks like, you might think it looks kind of like a wall cloud, but right now, we're just to the south of this thing, and we've got a strong, ripping wind coming in out of the northwest. That's the outflow from this, so it tells me that this storm is still pretty well cut off from the more pristine air to the south. It's kind of ingesting its own outflow right now. So that's going to keep the tornado threat with this line of storms coming in from the west towards Reno County a little bit lower, but we're going to continue to monitor trends. If this manages to catch back up to that outflow boundary that it's pushing out ahead of itself, it could easily pick back up with a tornado threat. And with an environment like we have today, you just have to be vigilant until there are no storms left in the area. Back over to y'all in the studio.
Jack, we have had a report of a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust in the Hutchinson area because of that line that's coming in from the west. As we talk about the tornado watches, and if we do get over that threshold into a tornado warning, and we have had some warnings so far this afternoon and this evening, remember the good places to go to: storm shelter, a FEMA safe room, the lowest level and an interior portion of your house. Basement is best. If you don't have a basement, about that closet's the place to go. Never stay in a mobile home, manufactured homes, vehicles, or underneath overpasses. Let's bring in meteorologist Lucy Dahl, because we've been under a moderate risk. And Lucy, moderate risks are also not handed out every single day.
They're not, Lisa. They are very rare because the conditions have to be perfect for us to get this kind of threat for severe weather. We have that moderate risk, including Manhattan, Salina, Hutch, Wichita, Emporia, and Topeka. This is where we could see giant hail, damaging winds, and that tornado threat has been there. The tornado risk is going to be highest within this area in red, lining up nicely with where that moderate risk is in place. But we're also dealing with large hail up to the size of baseball as possibilities within this area of red that's stretching a little bit more towards the Oklahoma state line. Not only hail, but also strong winds. Winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour at times can be a possibility. We just got reports of 65 mile per hour wind gusts in Reno County. So not surprised that we're seeing these winds start to pick up, especially as storms trek their way off towards the east through the overnight. Now storms will continue into early tomorrow morning. We'll have a full timeline of what to expect to see and when coming up on your Storm Track 3 forecast. Julia?
All right, Lucy, thanks. To avoid damage due to the weather, McConnell sending its Pegasus and Stratotankers to other military bases earlier today, all remaining aircraft stored in hangars there. This has happened quite a bit so far this year. 5th time in 3 months the base has had to move aircraft in preparation for severe weather. And make sure to have several ways to receive storm warnings this evening into the overnight. You can get live continuous severe weather coverage on the KSN Plus app. It's free to download, and you can get the most accurate hour-by-hour forecast by downloading the free Storm Track 3 weather app.
saying that they are going to expand the tornado watch farther to the east. This will include Wichita and Sedgwick County, along with Harvey County, Harper County on the Kansas side. They're saying this is going to be until 1 a.m. So count on these counties here to be added to the mix of all the other tornado watches that we have in effect that go from southwestern Iowa, northwestern Missouri, southeastern Nebraska. The PDS tornado watch, which stands for a particularly dangerous situation, that goes back toward Barton County and also over toward the Great Bend area. This is the new watch. They've now filled it in. Wichita, Ark City, Cowley County. We're talking about Udall. We're talking about Wellington. We're going to be watching these thunderstorms through the overnight that will continue to be severe. As these thunderstorms move into the central and eastern parts of the state, they're going to be running into some richer air, getting ahead of the warmth, getting ahead into that moisture, and I think their tornado threat is going to continue. So we are not finished with this just yet. In Reno County, Hutchinson, we've had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust. Look at this. You can see the heavy rain that is starting to come down. We've also had other locations in Reno County reporting winds up to about 70 miles per hour. That was Willowbrook, about 3 miles to the south-southeast just a few moments ago. Vivid lightning, heavy amounts of rainfall. We continue to see one round of rainfall after another. This could also lead into a flooding threat through the night. Live look in Pratt. We're looking back to the west. We can see a sliver of sunshine, but also the ominous clouds that are passing through, and Pratt County is under a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So let's break it down for you. Anywhere from Geary County back toward Dickinson County, a line of thunderstorms capable of 60-mile-per-hour winds. We could also have some embedded hailstones within this path, anywhere from about quarter to maybe ping pong ball size. And then we also have the isolated hail threats here, large severe thunderstorm warning from central western McPherson County to Rice County and just about all of Reno County. That's going to be for the damaging winds and also the large hail. Let's get out to meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3. Last check, we're in Reno County watching this line come in from the west.
Yeah, Lisa, right now we're just on the eastern sides of Hutchinson, and I think I'm starting to see that this line is making an attempt to catch up to the outflow. You see this big cloud of dust that's been getting kicked up. We've seen some gustnados, some little eddies and circulations within that. Nothing that actually would qualify as a real tornado, but there's probably some gusts in this that could easily be approaching 60, maybe to 65 miles per hour. The wind's really ripping out of this thing, and if it manages to catch that outflow boundary, that would put it back into play to start ingesting that pristine, untouched air to the south. That potential for tornadic activity would increase if it was able to do that. But right now, yeah, this is looking like a pretty big gust of wind, maybe some hail coming through Reno County, and we're going to continue to stay up with this as it continues evolving. Just look at that dust cloud it's kicking up. Back over to you, Lisa.
Incredible images from Storm Tracker 3 and meteorologist Jack Maney. Reno County also under the tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. You get over toward Harvey, Sedgwick counties, that's going to be the tornado watch until 1 a.m. But where he's starting to see things kick up, this is Storm Tracker 3 right here to the east of the Hutchinson area. As he mentioned, this starts to move a little bit farther closer to the I-135 corridor. It's going to be running into some more of that moisture, and it gets ahead of itself. Then we could be talking about more tornadic development. And that's why the folks from the National Weather Service have expanded the tornado watch until 1 a.m. Go further down the line over towards St. John and southeastern Stafford County, parts of Pratt County. This warning goes until 6:45. We also have another warning for the western, northwestern parts of Pratt County for large hail and also damaging winds until 6:45 as well. One cell north of Haviland. It's just keeping building back to the south-southwest. That is not severe at this time, but we may have a severe thunderstorm warning that will come into effect. You can see these thunderstorms. Look at these polygons here that are purple. Those are confirmed tornado warnings. Have we seen many of these thunderstorms move into northeastern Kansas? They have quickly gone tornadic. It's also where the moisture is much deeper. We have dew points in the lower 70s. It gets above 70. It's a steam bath. You go down to the southwest, bone dry from Liberal over toward Elkhart. We still have high fire danger in this part of our state until 10 p.m. tonight. This is the system that's going to keep pushing eastward. We have the dry line. Every place that these thunderstorms are heading into, everything is conducive for tornadic development and large hail to continue. We also have a moderate risk. Moderate risks aren't handed out every day from Wichita to Hutchinson, Salina, Manhattan, and Topeka. For the giant hail, we could also have the damaging wind gusts and a few strong tornadoes. Thunderstorms as we go through through early tonight. You can see how they start to branch off back to the south-southwest. This will start to slow down and increase our flooding threat. I think by about 1 o'clock in the morning, most of these thunderstorms will be in southeastern Kansas. Temperatures behind the front significantly colder in the 40s, but look at how warm it is. 94 in Medicine Lodge, 96 in Liberal, upper 80s, close to 90 degrees in Wichita. Lows tonight as thunderstorms push to the south-southeast, in the 30s in the northwest, then cloudy skies. Overnight low for Wichita around 52. Our highs tomorrow will be in the 60s to the 70s, which is well below average for this time of year. Clouds will hang tough tomorrow. I think things are going to start to stay dry for us until we start to see the next unsettled stretch. Wednesday night into Thursday. Some thunderstorms later this week could be strong to severe for hail, high winds. We're back into the 80s for the weekend. In north central Kansas, mid-60s on Tuesday with mostly cloudy skies, ramping up with our rain chances by Thursday. Some could also produce hail and also a damaging wind threat later this week and over the weekend. Southwest Kansas could also see some thunderstorms on Wednesday. We need the moisture here. Stretch of 60-degree temperatures from Tuesday into Thursday. 80s are back by Saturday. Northwest Kansas, middle 60s for tomorrow, lower 60s on Wednesday. We're going to continue to stay cool until things start to ramp up with the warmth, the instability on Friday with the 80s over the weekend with more rain expected. Hit or miss for the rest of the work week beginning on Wednesday. More after the break. Keep it here. and 70 miles per hour. Also, the hail threat has now started to drop. That is also some good news, but you can still get some hailstones that may be up to quarter size, not nearly as large as the golf ball size hail that we had earlier today. Severe thunderstorm warning still active until 7:30 this evening from a small sliver of Stafford County, but most of this is now into parts of northeastern Pratt County. Farther to the north over toward Wamego, this has prompted a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is outside of our viewing area now east of Wamego. You go over toward Geary County, you will also stay under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30. Morris County until 7:45. Storms approaching White City will have a little bit of small hail with it, but I definitely see more of a concern with some damaging winds with these storms. A PDS tornado watch still in effect north central northeastern Kansas. This expires at 8 p.m. We also have a tornado watch that's just to the west of Wichita, Pratt County, Stafford County, Medicine Lodge. That expires at 10 p.m. Wichita's tornado watch is expected to expire at 1 a.m. Want to bring in meteorologist Jack Meany in Storm Tracker 3 has been up toward Harvey County. Jack, please give us an update on these thunderstorms. We're definitely in a better position than we were a few hours ago as cooler air is now starting to move in with the front.
Yeah, Lisa, we're just to the south of Newton right now, and we're looking at these thunderstorms. They've really formed into a line, which is great if we're trying to keep larger, higher-end tornadoes out of our skies, but we could still have some spin-ups within the line and also some damaging straight-line winds. Hail still going to be quite probable with these storms as they roll east, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on them as they continue to progress into that juicier air farther east. Lisa?
And that juicier air, we've been feeling it all day long. Keep it tuned here. We'll continue to keep you advised.
How long is that until 11:15?
Wow, look at the Wamego. Look at that. near Calvesta, but right now where I'm seeing some of this rotation is going to be to the southeast of Penalosa, near Callista, and just to the west of the Kingman area. I want to expand this out. Meteorologist Lucy Dahl is also here, and looks like we have a tornado warning that just came in for parts of Lyon and Morris, along with Wabaunsee counties. We're going to adjust our radar and take a closer look at this. We have one of our storm trackers who's actually farther northeast along this line over toward Jackson County, which is outside of the KSN viewing area, but he has come upon some damage in Jackson County that may be related to a tornado. But you see this notch that we have here. This is known as a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. It is a tornado on the leading edge of this line, which has prompted this tornado warning in effect just immediately to the east of the Council Grove area. Within the tornado warning, we have Bouchong. We also have Allen, along with rural areas, but I would definitely use caution that a tornado may occur with this. Right now, the track of this is going to be to the, let me switch over here to this one. It's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail is also a possibility, but the bigger concern right now is going to be the threat that a tornado may develop across this. So there is that little notch just to the west of Bouchong, which is the basis for the tornado warning that was issued for this area. So we have now transitioned away from the individual supercells into a squall line. And so now we're starting to watch out for the possibility of what's known as QLCS types of tornadoes. So those of you in Bouchong, please use your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level of your house, get away from windows. This isn't one of those types of things where you want to look outside your western windows and see if a tornado is coming your way. The sun is now setting. Things were going to be a little bit darker, a little bit more difficult to see. But with the easterly track over toward Bouchong at about 7:56, we have Allen at 8:01, Admire at about 8:06, Miller at 8:14. We also have Harveyville at about 8:18 if it continues on this track. Now, Harveyville is here. Those of you that are from this area may remember when Harveyville was struck by a tornado. This looks to pass maybe just to the south of Harveyville. And these types of quick spin-ups that you have on the leading edge, they typically don't last long. They may only be around for a few seconds, maybe a few minutes at most. They are not going to be the long type of traffic that you're going to have across the prairie that's going to be producing just one tornado after another, because this is going to be eaten up by the line of thunderstorms that's coming in from the west. And this is also going to be some pretty heavy amounts of rainfall. So right now we have the tornado warning that is in effect for parts of Morris and also Lyon counties within the KSN viewing area until 8:15 tonight. We're also tracking the other storm that has been showing some signs of some rotation over toward Kingman County. You can see any place along this line. We have the possibility of some damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. The hail threat has come down, not nearly as large as it was. We just had a report 1 mile southwest of North Newton in Harvey County of a 69 mile per hour wind gust. But where we have that circle that's popped up to the northwest of Kingman, that's the area in question that we will continue to monitor if we are going to get a tornado that may quickly develop out of this. Again, no tornado warning that is currently in effect for Kingman County, but you can see the inflow that's moving in from the Kingman area feeding into this. And where we have this little notch, this is where we could have that potential tornado that may develop east of Penalosa and to the northeast of Callista, along with areas to the west-northwest of Kingman. So we'll continue to watch it. We'll also continue to watch the active tornado warning that is in effect, including the Bouchong area of Morris and also northern Lyon County. Continue to keep it tuned right here. We are also live streaming on all of our social media channels to help keep you and your family advised. We'll now return you to regular programming. hail sizes have been coming down in thunderstorms. The winds still quite powerful, between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Those under the tornado watch through 1 a.m. on Tuesday includes Wichita, Sedgwick County, Harvey County, Reno, Kingman, and also Harper County on the Kansas side, points to the east and also up toward Topeka and the Kansas City metro. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Many of these thunderstorms have actually been riding behind the cold front, and that is some good news. And the bad news is it can still transport down to the surface some of the damaging 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But if these can actually escape ahead of the boundary, then they might have a quick spin up and spin down tornado. So the tornado threat, it is not zero. It is still on the table. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect from the west side of Wichita through Goddard, Clearwater to the north of Conway Springs, through Norwich, Kingman, also over toward Pretty Prairie and Haven. And we've been watching just to the south of the Kingman area. There's this one particular position that is where Jack Maney, meteorologist Jack Maney, is in Storm Tracker 3. He is south of Adams and also looking back to the northwest. You have to see his pictures here from Storm Tracker 3. Jack, please give us an update on what you are seeing, because this storm, it's been playing games. It wants to get ahead of the cold front, but it's still lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah, Lisa, what we've been seeing with this storm is just a couple of big surges of inflow, and it made a pretty hard turn to the right, moving a little bit more southeast. We're sitting right on the Harper-Kingman County line to the north of Harper a little ways, and this is still looking pretty outflow dominant. We are still seeing that this is getting a little bit closer to that leading edge of the outflow boundary, so if any part of this line did have a chance to maybe start rotating again and posing more of a tornado threat, then it would be right here. But at least right now, I wouldn't say that anything looks like it's imminently in danger of happening. Just more of the 60 mile per hour winds and some hail back in within the storm. Lisa?
And that hail is going to be relatively small, maybe up to quarter size. I would still watch out for a few pockets of this, along with some heavy amounts of rainfall. So meteorologist Jack Maney in Storm Tracker 3 will continue to monitor this part. If it can get ahead of the cold front, if it can get into the warmer, juicier air, then it may try to produce a tornado. No tornado warning in effect, just a rather large severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Kingman over toward portions of Reno County. You can see over to the northwest how things are starting to calm down just a little bit as we're adjusting our view. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings from Cottonwood Falls over toward Emporia, back to the southwest, including Whitewater, just some gentle rains over toward Manhattan. We did have some tornado warnings earlier this afternoon and this evening that started in north central Kansas, pushing off to the east, and also the line quite powerful that's just off to the west of the Kansas City metro, now pushing eastward of Topeka. So this is the line. Western Kansas not seeing any rain, unfortunately, and we do need some rainfall. And we have some bad news to talk about. The fire that is ongoing not too far away from the Ashland area. Behind the boundary, our winds have been coming in from the northwest, and we have received word that the folks in Ashland have been asked to evacuate as a precaution to Coldwater because of this wildfire. We've been watching it on our infrared satellite, and it is quite large. And with the winds that are coming in from the northwest, as bone dry as it is, the fire crews are on this fire, and they are continuing to monitor the situation. But at this time, they have asked the fine folks of Ashland to evacuate, to go to the Coldwater area. You look at our dew points, you can see just how dry it is. We have the 40s compared to juicier dew points in the 60s from Medicine Lodge, Kingman County, also 62 here for Wichita. But once you get over toward Hutchinson and Pratt, the front is starting to come through. So from now until 1 a.m. in the morning, we have a tornado watch that is in effect for south central into eastern Kansas, and we will continue to keep you advised right here on KSN and always online at ksn.com. We'll now return you to regular programming. See here. Damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. That's been one of the common concerns we've been watching for the last 1 to 2 hours as a squall line crosses Kansas's path from the south central parts of the state into the east. We are still under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. Hutchinson, Newton, along with Wichita, Kingman County, Harper County, Sumner County. But right now it's going to be one severe thunderstorm warning after another. The one from the Wichita area, Sedgwick County, this is expected to last until about 10:45 tonight. It also extends back to the southwest through northwestern Sumner County and Harper County. This is going to be capable of producing some winds up to about 60 miles per hour. In Conway Springs, we had a report of a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust here within the short term. And down toward Anthony, we could also get some winds gusting with some hail that may be relatively small, not nearly as strong as it was earlier today. But as you look over toward Rosalia, you can actually see this little bow. That's going to be some stronger winds that will be pushing into northwestern Greenwood County, also capable of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And we also have another exiting storm in northeastern Greenwood County to the north of Eureka toward Hamilton and Madison. That's also producing some pretty heavy amounts of rainfall. Overall, if you look from the Wichita area, this line extends all the way up toward Iowa. They have had, and they still have, some confirmed tornado warnings off to the east and to the northeast of the Kansas City metro. Around here, continuing to watch some of these other thunderstorms that are just to the south and to the southwest of Wichita. Most of these thunderstorms are going to be behind the front, but still capable of transporting some of the stronger winds down to the surface. Severe thunderstorm warning still stays in effect from Sedgwick County, northwestern Sumner County, back toward the Attica area and Harper County until 10:45. Keep it tuned here. We'll keep you advised.